As they roll by this time, continuing the great tradition of Turkey Derby. This is the 50th. Wave your hats, your hands, your wave your programs high in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, cheer on the modifieds. It's the 150 lap Tom Wanek Jr. Memorial at Turkey Derby 50 at Wall Stadium Speedway, USA.
Okay, Ricky Collins in the 0-2, Danny Bohn in the 51 will bring us down for the start. 150 laps in distance for the Tom Wanek Jr. Memorial Turkey Derby 50. Green flag is out.
Collins leads him out of turn 2. Here comes Anthony Cecily. Inside challenge there on Danny Bohn's number 51. Cecily to the inside, Bohn on the outside. Collins leads lap number 1.
Trouble for Swanson on the front stretch. Matt Swanson has trouble in car number 44. Looks like he's going to bring out the yellow in the Clute Motorsports car number 44.
No one else involved, but Matt Swanson suddenly shutting down the number 44. Pulls to the safety apron just past the flag stand.
Looks, he gets it refired, Earl, and looks like now he's underway. See if you have to make a pit stop or not. But car slowed coming out of turn number 4 and went to the inner track. Not sure if there's any contact. Didn't see any from up here.
Ricky Collins out of Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, in the Gumley Racing number 02 is your leader.
And indeed, Swanson will head to the pits in car number 44, the driver out of Acton, Massachusetts.
Early intense battle there between Danny Bohn in the 51 and Anthony Cecily in the number 1. Then it's Eddie McCarthy in the number 20. Andy Jankowiak in the number 73. Again, caution laps counting over the first 75 laps. Okay, signal for the flag stand. We're doubling them up. We're back to racing next time around. Collins 02, Bohn 51, 1 Cecily, 20 McCarthy, 73 Jankowiak, 66 Timmy Solomito. The next 24 in line, that's Andrew Kraus. Again, his teammate is Stephen Reed, a little further back. Okay, pace truck off. Pace picks up down the back. Ricky Collins looking for the green flag for the restart. Here comes Danny Bohn, outside running car 51.
Oh, look at a sweep to the outside of Ricky Collins out of turn 4, and he'll lead lap number 8.
Danny Bohn makes it work. Use the outside run. He'll take the lead over Collins. Anthony Cecily looking to follow him through.
Yeah, here comes Cecily now on the outside of Collins as Ryan Flores pulls to the infield. He is out of the event. In car number 17.
Andy Jankowiak up to 4th. They're looking for more as he challenges from 4th on Ricky Collins. Jankowiak is right there. Kraus and McCarthy on the move.
Danny Bohn leading away. Anthony Cecily, Ricky Collins, Andy J. And Andrew Kraus, your top 5 right behind it. Here comes McCarthy and Solomito side by side out of turn number 4.
Close duel there, and Solomito will make the pass. Solomito moves into 6th. Driving to number 66, McCarthy pushed up high.
Hirschman now. He'll go to the inside. He'll take the spot away from McCarthy.
Matt Hirschman starting from 10th. Advancing right to the field. He's up to 7th. Yellow coming out. Yellow.
It's Blake Barney. Blake Barney, winner of the Crate Sportsman main event. Turned around sideways here, just coming out of turn number 4.
Danny Bohn with an outside power move, taking over the lead in Scott Brannick's North American Construction number 51. Anthony Sesley in the red and white number 1 is second. Ricky Collins third in the 02. Gary Larson, the driver to keep your eyes on, always fast. Andy Jankowiak up to 4th.
Yeah, Jankowiak races just about anything he can get into and different tours, including the Tri-Track Series, the Wheel and Modified Tour, Modified Racing Series, ROC Tour. Of course, he races part-time in the ARCA Series. And he's looking strong early on here, up to 4th.
Andrew Kraus up to 5th, the car number 24. Followed by Timmy Solomito in the 66, yesterday's Wall SK Modified 100 winner. So Timmy Solomito of East Islip, Long Island, New York, looking for a clean sweep this weekend. He's up to 6th, followed by the 60, Matt Hirschman, 20, Eddie McCarthy. The gray, black, and orange number 1, that's Stephen Kopchik. Then Jimmy Blewett in the 76.
Well, Earl, looks like the 36, Dave Sapienza, will going to the rear for his involvement with the spinning 14 of Blake Barney. And you can see Sapienza letting the cars go by on the outside as he goes into turn number 1. Oh, former Turkey Derby champion Dave Sapienza, racing out of Riverhead, Long Island, New York. Penalized to the rear of the field for spinning the 14 of Blake Barney. Again, caution laps will count up to lap 75. From 76 to 150, all green flag laps. Again, 3 tire rule, so you can take 3 tires during the event.
Okay, lap after this, they'll be back racing. Again, Danny Bohn made that power move outside to get the lead, looking really strong today in that number 51. And this is definitely a race that you know he wants to win. Starting his career here at Wall Stadium. Has gone on to great things, has raced for the NASCAR National Series and trucks. And always loves coming back here to Wall Stadium.
Absolutely. Looking in a good position right now for the restart. 19 laps complete. Green flag is out. Whoa, it's Sesley. And it looks like Solomito involved right there on the restart. Sesley went right up to the fence there in turns number 1. It looked like Dylan Stoyer has problems as well. He stopped in turn number 2. And it looks like Stephen Kopchik, girl. Indeed.
Total turn of events here.
And Anthony Sesley not too happy with Danny Bohn in the 51.
I've been watching Sesley.
And you can see him gesturing back and forth. And look at the heavy damage on the right side of Sesley's number 1.
Both of the Wannick cars favorites in this race. Anthony Sesley in the red and white #1, Stephen Kopchik in the gray, black, and orange #1, both sustaining damage. Sesley's seems to be the most severe as he heads back to the pit area. Kopchik's car is going to get assistance as well. And getting assistance by way of the wrecker up in turn 2, Dylan Stoyer. So a number of the pre-race favorites are ready, either going behind or eliminated from competition.
You're too rude. You're too bad.
Ron Freese pitting the number 43. Danny Bohn, right now your leader in the 51. Then it's the 02 Ricky Collins, 73 Andy Jankowiak, 24 Andrew Kraus, 60 Matt Hirschman, 20 Eddie McCarthy, 76 Jimmy Blewett, 24R Stephen Reed, 31 Kyle Sisko, 9 Tommy Martino, 50 Ronnie Williams, 69 Tyler Truex, 73 Patrick Emmerling.
Dylan Stoyer.
The 51, this is a review by officials. Looked at that incident in turn #1. The 51 of Danny Bohn is going to the rear of the field. 51 of Danny Bohn will be going to the rear of the field for rough riding on Anthony Sesley's #1. Rear of the field for Danny Bohn. Well, it gets a little more involved, ladies and gentlemen. The #1 of Anthony Sesley has too much damage to continue. As a result, for causing that accident, the 51 of Danny Bohn DQ'd from the event. Danny Bohn will be going back to the pit area, out of the event. That's the rule. If you cause an accident by way of rough riding, and the other car that was involved has too much damage to continue, then the team, the car that caused the accident, the driver, is out of the event. So Danny Bohn, 51, parked from the race. Danny Bohn is parked. Anthony Sesley done for the event with too much damage on his #1.
It seems that all that was good has died and is decaying.
So Danny Bohn will be pitting the 51 out of the race.
These changes, living with these changes. Now the world is a scary place. Now that you've woken up the demon. Yeah, man. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it open to me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness.
Danny Bohn, again, getting the black flag. He'll be done for this event. Call by the official, rough riding on Anthony Sesley. Sesley hitting the fence, too much damage to continue. Danny Bohn, we parked for the rest of this race. So in the lead now will be Ricky Collins in the 02. Andy Jankowiak in the 73 will be second. Third will be Andrew Kraus in the 24. Then it's Matt Hirschman in the 60.
If the boy,
20, Eddie McCarthy. 76, Jimmy Blewett. 24, Stephen Reed. 24R. 31, Kyle Sisko. 9, Tommy Martino. 50, Ronnie Williams. 69, Tyler Truex. 73, Patrick Emmerling.
I don't need this. You stupid sadistic abuses. Would you like to see how it feels, mommy? Here it comes, get ready to die. Oh, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and then open the make. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You must not get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness has now come over me. Y'all ready for this?
Steven Kopchik back out into number 1. Cecil's teammate. Kopchik involved in a crash. Separate from the one Anthony Cecily was in. So he restarted the rear of the field. All right, so Ricky Collins now has Andy J right alongside him as they head down the back.
Salamino coming out of the pits as well for getting set for the restart. Green flag is out. Collins and Andy J.
Jankowiak charges to the outside. Collins right there. Kraus in third. Hirschman the fourth.
Look at Jankowiak looking to the outside of Collins down the front of turn number 1. Whoa, further back of the pack, close quarters. But action continues here in the front stretch. Couple cars getting together.
On the move, Blewett works up to the outside looking for a fifth spot. Pressing behind Eddie McCarthy's number 20, then Stephen Reed, the 24. Jankowiak makes a move.
Jankowiak clears the 0-2 of Collins. And now Jankowiak, the new leader, Collins back to second. Andrew Kraus third. Fourth is Matt Hirschman.
Jankowiak, Collins, and Kraus, your top 3. Hirschman to fourth. Fifth is McCarthy. Sixth is Blewett. Then it's Stephen Reed.
Andy J looking short out front as Collins got his hands full of the 24 of Andrew Kraus. As they come out of turn number 2 and down the back they go.
Blewett has advanced to sixth spot. Right in back of him, though, is Stephen Reed and Andrew Kraus's team car, the 24R.
Whoa, a little puff of smoke.
And it's Kyle Sisko right behind Reed and Tommy Martino in the 9.
Yeah, a couple puffs of smoke coming from the 76 of Zacharias when he goes into the turns. And there it is again. Right behind him is a 9 of Austin Beers and a 36 of Dave Sapienza. Keep an eye on the 76 of Zacharias again. Continues to smoke when he goes into the turns.
Yeah, Zacharias number 76. A lot of smoke as he comes off the corners. Not hurting the speed of the car any. Zacharias rides right there in the 13th spot.
Meanwhile, from the back of the pack, Kopchik trying to work over to 14 of Blake Barney after having to pit early after an incident early on. And here he goes to the outside of Blake Barney in turns 3 and 4. Kopchik looking to get to the front, but he's got a long way to go in car number 1.
Jankowiak, meanwhile, extending that margin at car number 73. The goal per second between Collins in the 02, Kraus in the 24. Hirschman rides fourth. Eddie McCarthy in fifth.
Zacharias trying to work over to 73 of Patrick Emmerling to go to turn number 3. Zacharias, despite that smoke coming from his car, running very, very strong as he puts the pressure on Emmerling, 73 on turn number 2. Kopchik picking him off one by one as he gets by the 25 NH of Brian Roby. Now he'll set his sights on the 81 of Jack Ely.
Andy Jankowiak, very rarely do you see him here at Wall Stadium. But Garrett, he is getting around very, very well in the high banks, very comfortable as he extends his lead.
Yeah, Jankowiak, few appearances here over the years in Turkey Derby action. Making a long tow down from Tonawanda, New York. Looking strong out front. Ricky Collins continues to run strong in second. Andrew Kraus third. Fourth, Matt Hirschman. Fifth is Eddie McCarthy.
Ricky Collins had Andrew Kraus right in his bumper for quite a few laps. Now Collins pulls away from Kraus. Hirschman stays steady in fourth with Eddie McCarthy fifth, followed by Jimmy Blewett.
Just past a third of the way through the event. 52 laps complete. The Tom Wannick Jr. Memorial 150 here at the Turkey Derby.
And it won't be too much longer before Jankowiak begins to catch cars at the rear of the field. Some very fast cars racing for position at the tail end of the field. Jankowiak even faster, and he's catching them. We'll soon be trying to put them a lap down.
For the back of the pack, Salamino on the inside of Ron Freeze. They battle into turn number 3. Joey Merlino right behind them as he looks out to the inside of Ron Freeze for position.
Within about 5 laps, Andy Jankowiak is going to be right in the midst of lap cars, catching the tail end of the field very quickly.
And Jankowiak setting a torrid pace out front as he closes in on the slower car of Ron Freeze. Sweeps to the outside. He'll move by him in turn number 4.
Next car of Jankowiak would look to lap would be Blake Barney's number 14. And then Joey Merlino's number 44. Further back, Collins and Kraus. That door per second getting even closer as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, Collins trying to get away from the 24 of Kraus. And Hirschman right there. Behind him, Eddie McCarthy in a 76 of Jimmy Blewett.
Jimmy Blewett's trying to close it in now, and Eddie McCarthy for that 5th spot. Blewett had been quite a distance back. But now, as the 76 on the charge, closing in on McCarthy's number 20. And as Blewett closes on McCarthy, Stephen Reed and Andrew Kraus's number 2014 car closing in on Blewett. So we're going to have a close race for position from about 5th on back very soon.
Fence off forward Sapienza. Dave Sapienza got close to the fence off turn number 4. Now he'll go to the outside and look to take the spot from Austin Beers off turn 4. Right behind that, the one of Stephen Kopchik.
85 laps to go. Andy Jankowiak has cleared some lap bars, continues to extend that lead.
Sapienza now looking to the outside of Zacharias as they come out of turn number 4 for position. Sapienza takes a look to bring Beers with him, and looks like Beers may clear him off of turn 2 as well. Now here comes Kopchik and the 81 of Ely. Perhaps a problem slowing a little bit is the 76 of Jimmy Zacharias.
And once again, as that battle you're describing, Gary, between Kopchik and others, they are all racing right in front of fast-moving leader Andy Jankowiak. He's closing with a rush on those cars that are all battling for positions near the rear of the field. Jankowiak very fast, and he is catching him quickly.
See the rotors starting to heat up very cherry hot in car number 81, Jackie leading heads into turn number 3. Three-car battle between Salamino, Zacharias, and Merlino. Whoa, little contact between Zacharias and Merlino. Action continues. But now Hirschman trying to get by the 24 of Kraus as he come out of turn number 4.
Andrew Kraus and Matt Hirschman having cleared Ricky Collins number 02. Collins drops to 4th. Yellow comes out. Steven Kopchik in the number 1 with a right front flat tire. Right front flat tire. Not sure if there's more damage, but definitely the right front flat on Kopchik's number 1. He'll head to the pits. Well, Andy Jankowiak, Andy J from North Tonawanda, New York, doesn't race at Wall Stadium too often, but boy, he looks very comfortable out there tonight. Had a long lead, was getting into lap traffic. Andrew Kraus and Matt Hirschman a lap or so ago getting by the number 02 of Ricky Collins, who's been running second for many laps. Collins is 4th. Eddie McCarthy in car number 20 runs 5th. Then it's Jimmy Blewett, who was closing with a rush on McCarthy. Stephen Reed in the 24R, Kraus's team car, next in line. 7th is Kyle Sisko in the 31. Then Tommy Martino Jr. in the 9 is 9th. Ronnie Williams up to 10th in car number 50.
Cars heading to the pits. Jack Healy, Timmy Salamito, which is and it looked like Jimmy Zacharias as well. And now the leader, Andy Jankowiak, heading to the pits here. Exactly halfway, 75 laps down, 75 more laps to go, and the rest will remain all green flag laps.
So Andy Jankowiak smoothly in command of the race. Yes, indeed, he does pit. No doubt for tires. We'll see what strategy plays out for Andrew Kraus, his teammate Stephen Reed, Matt Hirschman, Ricky Collins, Eddie McCarthy.
Man, look what you done started. Action written, you got it. Had it, should have shot it. Now you're dealing departed. Get every dog in a rip. This one here, I flip. Take it over, I kick. Gonna be some. Not anymore, cause now you on the floor. Wishing you never saw me walk through that door with that 4-4. Now it's time for bang. 2 more to the head. Got the floor red. Yeah, that man.
Well, Ronnie Williams being pulled down to the inner track by the officials. Take a look at something.
Williams running in 10th spot.
Perhaps checking him for some fluid or some moisture coming from the car. Looks like he is okay. Officials wave him back onto the speedway. Ronnie Williams racing out of Connecticut. Hard charging driver in the Tri-Track Series and Stafford Motor Speedway. Other tracks throughout the Northeast.
Well, as you can see right here, fans, Anthony Sesley back on the track. Many laps down in the red and white yellow trim number 1, joining his teammate Steven Kopchik. Sesley, many laps down to the field, but back out there.
And here comes Andy Jankowiak back out. Again, he went in as the leader.
One more goddamn day when I know what I want and the want will be. Consider the night, consider the night, just another day when all that I want will mark me as a sin of the night. I'm a sin of the night, yeah. Evil can no longer.
Well, looks like Jankowiak is scheduled to restart behind a 44 of Joey Merlino.
Okay, get the double up signal right here behind new leader Andrew Kraus. Matt Hirschman in the 60th second. Ricky Collins third in the 02. Eddie McCarthy. Pace truck pulls off. We're getting ready to go racing.
Okay, Kraus to 24. Big Buddy Matt Hirschman in the 60. He was the fast time trialer. And here we go on the restart. 75 laps in, 75 laps remain. Track race to turn number 3. Kraus on the inside, Hirschman on the outside, side by side on the turn 4.
Hirschman with a power move, takes the lead in turns 1 and 2.
Trouble here for Molino on the front stretch.
Joey Merlino. Joey Merlino on the infield in the 44. Brings out the yellow. What a power move by Matt Hirschman. Outside run to get by Andrew Kraus. On the charge as well. We call him Fast Eddie on Saturday nights. A regular competition here. Eddie McCarthy in the McCarthy's Marina. Harpoon Willie's Bar and Restaurant number 20. He's up to third. Stephen Reed working right to the top 5 in the Kraus team car 24R. And then it's Jimmy Blewett in the 76. Behind Blewett right now is Ricky Collins in the 02. And Tommy Martino Jr. in car number 9.
Cars heading to the pits. Anthony Cecily was one of those two. And the 66 of Timmy Salamito. Those two headed to the pit area.
Okay, pit road is open for any driver who wants to make that pit stop. Pit road is now open. '76 of Jimmy Zacharias, black flagged for heavy smoke. You saw that the last several laps. It was getting more and more. So the 76 Jimmy Zacharias, black flagged for heavy smoke.
Ricky Collins went to the pits in car number 02. And he was the pole sitter. Now in the pits. 25 and the 76 of Zacharias, who was black flagged. Follows the 25 NH of Brian Roby to the pits.
Kyle Sisko, regular here on Saturday nights in the Steve Ferrara Jr. Motorsports number 31. Feature winner this year in Saturday night competition. Competing with the Tour Type Modifieds tonight with their regular Wall Stadium Saturday night motor. In the U.S. Coin Howell Gunworks, Links Construction number 31. Behind Kyle Cisco is the Dover Contracting number 69 of Tyler Truex. Then Ronnie Williams, shown in 10th at car number 50.
We hit Terminus! Yeah!
We said Matt Hirschman coming off a win last time out at Riverhead Raceway, winning the Islip 300, his first career win for any of the Hirschmans, as a matter of fact, at Riverhead Raceway. In the Elite John Baker Racing Elite Towing car number 60. And prior to that, of course, he won the North-South Shootout at Caraway Speedway. So it had a lot of different tracks and a lot of different series, as he usually does.
Yeah, and prior to Matt Hirschman winning the North-South Shootout, on October 22nd, he won the Tri-Track 100 of Connecticut's Waterford Speed Bowl and won the fall final at Stafford a week later.
He won a new track
in a row.
Absolutely, a new track the RRC went to out in Lorraine Motorsports Park out in Ohio. He won that. So Matt's used to winning and expanding the different tracks he wins at every year. And again, he had that injury, overcame that, and came back strong as ever. And here is a threat again to win just yet another Turkey Derby. Still a long way to go. 74 laps remain. He's on the inside with Andrew Klaus lined up on the outside. Row 2, Eddie McCarthy to 20, and Stephen Reed into 24R. Then Jimmy Blewett, Tommy Martino Jr. Looking for Ricky Collins to line up on the inside of the 66 of Timmy Salamito.
And the 76, which was black flagged for heavy smoke, checked over in the pit area, and he is back out. Jimmy Zacharias, along with Brian Roby in the 25. Another lap, and we'll be back racing.
Pour yourself something cold, baby.
Okay, getting set for the restart. Once again, Hirschman to 60. Kraus lined up on the outside into number 24. 74 laps remain. Green flag is out.
Hirschman maintains command. Kraus right there.
Spinning is Cisco. Kyle Cisco spins in turn number 2. Looks like he'll draw the caution as well.
Kyle Cisco was in 8th place. Spins down to the safety apron.
Know that you want.
Brings out the yellow with 76 laps complete. So Cisco will fall in at the rear of the field. We'll have 74 laps to work his way back forward in what is usually a very fast number 31.
Sometimes you gotta stay.
Cisco with the U.S. coin. Howell Gunworks. Links Construction car number 31. Joins in at the rear of the field. So that spin there in turn number 2.
We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my duck off the crib, the spot, the pad. But my house is it's your house if you throwing it back. Excuse me if my home draining the sand. Soon as these happy faces land, you can run with the cash. Home run, slam dunk, touchdown pass. Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. You heard me? We ain't gotta go out, 'cause what? Welcome to my house. It's my house, my house. What? Welcome to my house. It's my house.
Okay, Matt Hirschman brings him out of turn 4 down the main straightaway, pulls away. Krause's in second, but here comes teammate Stephen Reed.
Hirschman wastes no time. Oh, a little contact between Krause. Check that, Reed and McCarthy. But action continues down the front.
Krause and Reed, teammates, run second and third behind Matt Hirschman. Then it's Eddie McCarthy, Jimmy Blewett in fifth. Dave Sapienza charging up on the outside. He goes to 8th in car number 36, followed by Patrick Emmerling.
Yes, Sapienza worked to the outside of Truex, but Emmerling and looking to break Beers as well. But Beers can't find his way by the outside of Tyler Truex, number 69. Further back in the pack, Rob Freese working the outside of Jack Healy to turn number 1. Healy fights back on the inside off of turn number 2.
Runs all by himself in fourth, and it's Jimmy Blewett. Tommy Martino not too far behind.
Oh, Martino goes around right in front of Sapienza, who does a great job to avoid any kind of contact.
Ronnie Williams is up there around 8th spot. Loops the number 50. Ronnie Williams, and Tommy Martino spun the number 9. Martino was in 6th spot before he spun over there in turn 2. We were just talking about Ronnie Williams, who was working his way forward. Currently shown in 7th spot in the 50. Advanced up just before Tommy Martino went spinning in car number 9.
Speaking of Ronnie Williams, he had a win earlier this season up at Thunder Road with the Monaco Tri-Track Series. So he knows how to get it done. Looking good here so far in limited appearances at Wall Stadium Speedway in car number 50. Ronnie Williams currently in the 6th position. Yeah, spinning right in front of Dave Sapienza when he came into turns 1 and 2 was that 9 of Tommy Martino Jr. Good job by Dave Sapienza to avoid any contact. Martino Jr. will join in at the rear of the field in car number 9 NJ.
Sapienza, Gary, has been on the move, charging up on the outside, passing cars, and advancing right into the top 10. Former Turkey Derby winner, 2018.
Yes, that's looking good so far here in car number 36, the SAP Enterprises entry.
Patrick Emmerling, Race of Champions winner of that classic modified event at Lake Erie Speedway in Northeast Pennsylvania this year. Here at Turkey Derby, driving the orange number 73, fielded by Paul Hartwig Motorsports.
And how about the driver right behind him, the number 9? What a great year he had at NASCAR Wheel of Modified Tour. He had the pole here. It's 6 poles altogether with the NASCAR Wheel of Modified Tour. 2 wins coming in Richmond, Virginia, and also in Lancaster Motorsports Park up there in upstate Western New York. And he also had 2 wins at the Chemung Speedrome for the ROC Modified Series.
Austin Beers in the number 9. Kind of a familiar color and number combination. His dad, Eric Beers, one of the greats of Northeast short track pavement racing. Also drove a number 9 modified, won so many races. Both the Beers family and the Hirschman family, both from Northampton, Pennsylvania.
Yep, same
racing
road.
town. Yes, Mud Lane.
And they both have a lot of talent, that's for sure. The Hirschman and Beers family, both very good racing families coming out of Northampton, Pennsylvania. Matt is the current leader in car number 60.
Kraus Racing teammates are second and third. Andrew Kraus in the 24, Stephen Reed third in the 24R. Then it's Eddie McCarthy in the 20. He'll go from fourth. Jimmy Blewett fifth in the 76. In the number 50, Ronnie Williams. Waiting for several cars to come back out of the pit area.
Looks like those 3 cars now coming out, led by the 69 of Tyler Truex, 31 Kyle Sisko, and the 9 of Chami Martino Jr.
Okay, pace truck off. It's up to Matt Hirschman. Andrew Kraus to his outside, Stephen Reed to his back bumper. Here they come.
Green flag on a restart here on lap number 82.
Jimmy Blewett inside for fourth.
Blewett looking to work his way to the front. In car number 76 gets by the 20 of Eddie McCarthy. Whoa, a little contact further back. Looked like between Jankowiak and the 1 of Steven Kopson, but action continues.
McCarthy now back in fifth spot. Then it's Ronnie Williams. Dave Sapienza, Patrick Emily, Austin Beers, and Andy Jankowiak to round out the top 10.
Being chased by the Kraus team car, Andrew Kraus second, Stephen Reed third. Fourth, Jimmy Blewett. Fifth is Eddie McCarthy.
Jimmy Blewett charged into fourth spot, but could not quite shake Eddie McCarthy, who he passed a little while ago. McCarthy stayed right with him. Then it's Ronnie Williams right there in car number 50. Followed by Dave Sapienza in the 36. This time by at 60 laps to go. 6-0. 60 to go.
60 laps to go for the 60 of Matt Hirschman, your leader.
Further back, Gary, Andy Jankowiak is 10th. He's looking for 9th to pass Austin Beers on the back.
Yeah, he goes to the inside of Beers in turn 3. He'll take the spot again. Jankowiak has pitted. None of the drivers in front of him have pitted yet. But Andy J definitely has. See if there's strategy here, if it stays green, or if another caution comes out, perhaps the top 6 or 7 cars have to come in for tires, or will they choose to stay out?
Jankowiak indeed looking very strong as he works his way back forward through the top 10. He's 9th right now. Next driver he'll challenge is Patrick Emmerling, fellow upstate New York driver. Actually, Western New York. Patrick Emmerling from Orchard Park. Andy Jankowiak from North Tonawanda. And Jankowiak right behind Emmerling on the backstretch.
Yeah, Jankowiak ran a 12.6 last time by. See what he does here. A little slower. But Hirschman out front. Last time by ran a 12.80.
Emmerling fending off the challenges of Andy Jankowiak. At the same time, Emmerling looking to try to get by Dave Sapienza. Here comes Jankowiak inside turn number 1.
The 73s battling it out. The orange 73 of Emmerling, the aqua blue 73 of Jankowiak battle out of turn number 4.
Jankowiak is right there on Emmerling as they race for that 8th position. Just ahead of them is Dave Sapienza. In front of Sapienza right now is Ronnie Williams.
100 laps in, 50 laps remain in the Tom Waddock Jr. Memorial 150 here at the Turkey Derby Wall Stadium Speedway. Hirschman clears to the outside of the slower car of Ron Freeze, chasing it down still on the team cars of Andrew Krause and Stephen Reed. And Sapienza looking to the inside. Getting up by Ronnie Williams and getting slower car. But here comes Andy J. and Emmerling side by side in turn 3.
Jankowiak and Emmerling
Caution's out. Looks like Tommy Martino Jr. perhaps. And the 9 of Austin Beers involved as well. Just out of turn number 2.
We'll see what happens when pit road opens. We'll see who decides to take the stop in the pit area for new tires. Over on turn 2, Austin Beers number 9 rolls to the inside of the track and he fires up on his own. Leading the way, it's Matt Hirschman in the number 60. Andrew Krause second in the 24. 24R, his teammate Stephen Reed is 3rd. Jimmy Blewett is 4th in the 76, and Eddie McCarthy 5th in the 20. Further back, intense racing between Andy Jankowiak in the 73 and Patrick Emmerling in the orange 73. Jankowiak in the blue 73. They're racing for 9th place. Just in front of them, Dave Sapienza in the 36 and Ronnie Williams in the 50. All 4 were battling for position just as the yellow came out.
You see some damage to the rear of Austin Beers number 9. And the contact, I believe, was with the 9 of Tommy Martino Jr. And Ron Freeze to a stop over there in turn number 3, down low.
So again, we will see if drivers in that top group decide to make their pit stop now with 47 laps to go.
The joy they had found, the head nurse spoke up, said leave this one alone. She could tell right away that I was bad to the bone, bad to the bone.
Word from officials, pit road is now open. Pit road is now open, and we'll see if any drivers make the move up pit road for new tires.
Before I met you, I'll break 1,000 more, baby.
Want to compliment our young flagger down along the home stretch here, just ahead of the flag stand, doing a very fine job. Waving the flags, right in conjunction with our chief flagger, Greg McGowan, and assistant Bill Stockert. And our young flagger right here doing a very nice job controlling the field as well. And most of that field heads for the pit area. We expected that to happen, and most of those drivers are pitting for tires. Jankowiak, of course, pitted earlier. He stays out in the blue, black, and yellow 73.
Again, you cannot advance positions in the pit area. It is not a hot pit, so they will come out the way they went in.
I make a rich woman beg, and I make a good woman steal. I make an old woman blush, and I make a young girl squeal. I wanna be yours, pretty baby, yours and yours alone. I'm here to tell ya.
Well, early cars in the pits. Again, a 3 tire limit. We'll see who does what when they come out. And here is the 25 NH of Brian Roby. And we understand Brian pit a little bit early than what is allowed. But Hirschman went in as the leader in car number 60, looking for yet another Turkey Derby win. What?
Andrew Krause back out in the number 24, had been in second.
So Andrew Krause will line up behind the line of Tommy Martino Jr. Ronnie Williams back out. Patrick Emmerling back out. Jimmy Blewett back out, as is Stephen Reed. Dave Sapienza. Eddie McCarthy. Matt Hirschman. And here is Matt Hirschman back out in car number 60.
Austin Beers back out. A lot of damage to the sheet metal, the back of the number 9 after that crash over there in turn 2. Apparently the drive line okay. So Tommy Martino will be dropping all the way to the rear. Again, called for rough driving on the number 9 of Austin Beers. Austin Beers crashed up there in turn 2. So officials had penalized Tommy Martino to go to the rear of the entire field, not just the cars that pitted. He has to go to the rear of the field, which he does now. Ron Freese back out as well. He'll take his position in front of Tommy Martino's 9. And we're about ready to get back underway. Goes behind Andy Jankowiak. Andy Jankowiak in the 73, the blue 73. Stephen Kopchik in the 1. Timmy Solomito, the 66.
Okay, double them up, letting them rip next time by Andy Jankowiak. Again, he went in the pits as the leader earlier. He's come back around again, and he is the leader one more time. Kopchik on the outside.
76, Jimmy Zacharias.
And Hirschman went in as the leader and comes out 9th, and trouble for the 76. Not sure what happened to the 76. Looks to be okay now. That is Jimmy Zacharias as we were getting set to go green.
And Zacharias' car suddenly faltered on the backstretch, jammed up the field. He pulled down to the safety apron. 76, which had been showing smoke off and on throughout the race, appears now to be okay. So we'll realign him here. Zacharias, the block number 76, he's 4th. Then it's Jack Ely in the 81. 02, Ricky Collins, 31. Kyle Sisko, 69. Tyler Truex. We get set to go back to green. Andy J brings him down out of turn number 4.
Oh, jumble here on the start. But somehow looks like they may make it. Oh, there's sparks there from Ely. Jack Ely. And I'm not sure if Jimmy Blewett has problems. It looks like he doesn't. He goes into the pits. Just after pitting, Jimmy Blewett has some contact, it looks like possibly with the 81. He goes back into the pits.
Not sure what happened on that start. Cars began jamming up down the straightaway and into turn number 1. Jack Ely's car in a shower of sparks. Jimmy Blewett pitting the 76. Not sure if he has damage. So Andy Jankowiak at the helm of the field in the 73. Stephen Kopchik in the number 1. '66, Timmy Solomito. 76, Jimmy Zacharias. 02, Ricky Collins. 31, Kyle Sisko. Jimmy Blewett pitted back at the rear of the field for the restart.
47 laps remain. Green flag is out. Whoa, Tyler Truex right on the restart. And now Tyler pulls away when the yellow is displayed.
Tyler Truex spinning down to the safety apron, refires, falls in at the rear of the field. Well, Tyler Truex spinning down to the front stretch, causing the yellow. Of course, he should be dropping to the rear of the field. Tyler came around, came back up to the front, but he should be dropping all the way to the rear. Okay, so at 47 laps to go, once again it's Andy Jankowiak. Stephen Kopchik into number one. They'll bring him down for the restart green. Timmy Solomito going from third, looking for the clean sweep for the weekend.
Green flag on the restart.
Andy J leads it down the back. Kopchik in second. Inside move. Close contact out of turn four.
Here comes Hirschman sweeping to the outside of Ricky Collins. He'll take the spot.
Solomito goes to second. Kopchik to third.
Yeah, it's Kopchik. And here comes Zacharias to the outside of Cisco, looking to take over fourth. They're side by side. Well, trouble. Collins involved. Looks like Dave Sapienza as well. Can't see the... It looked like maybe possibly Eddie McCarthy. It is Eddie McCarthy. So Sapienza in the 36, Eddie McCarthy in the 20, and the 0-2 of Ricky Collins involved.
Well, Gary, we've talked about this driver off and on all day. Jimmy Zacharias in the block number 76, showing smoke off and on. But he's making some quick moves out there. Zacharias definitely coming right into contention. He's currently fourth and definitely looking for more with some power moves to the outside. We'll see what he does here now with 45 laps to go, but he is definitely a threat. Jimmy Zacharias right there from Vestal, New York.
Absolutely part of that Zacharias racing team. Very well known throughout the Northeast Modified. Also races on the dirt, I believe, at the Outlaw Speedway. Does a little asphalt and some dirt racing. Versatile driver. Running right now in the fourth position.
So look at him over. It's the 73, Andy Jankowiak. 66, on the charge. He won last night in the 100-lap wall SK modified feature event. Timmy Salamino in second spot. This time with his own number 66. He ran the blue at Racing 66 last night. Andrew Kraus coming right back to contention along with Matt Hirschman. Steven Kopchik is third in car number 1. Salamino outdueling him a lap ago just before the caution. So it's Jankowiak to 73, 66 Salamino, 1 Kopchik, 76 Zacharias, 31 Kyle Sisko, 24 Andrew Kraus, 60 Matt Hirschman, 24R Stephen Reed, 50 Ronnie Williams, the R in 73 Patrick Emmerling.
Well, looks like the 24R of Stephen Reed will be going to the rear of the field. So Stephen Reed being penalized to the rear of the field. And you can see him letting the cars go by as he comes by the front stretch. So Stephen Reed penalized to the rear for that incident there in turn number 1.
So Stephen Reed was in 9th. He will now restart at the rear of the field with 45 laps to go. This will move Eddie McCarthy in the 20 up 1. Ricky Collins back out of the pit area after that crash in turn 1 with the O2 and led the race early. Had a very fast car today. Restarts at the rear with Stephen Reed. Well, we double up and get set for a restart.
Here, Jankowiak. Timmy Salamino for the restart. Green flag is out. Whoa, again. Almost trouble there, and maybe there is. It's Tommy Martino Jr. going around.
It looked like they were all going to make it through as they jammed up on the home stretch. But at the tail end of the pack, Tommy Martino went spinning into number 9 down to the safety apron. It was yellow.
Earl, looked like there may have been a problem on that restart again for the 76 of Zacharias, but able to keep it going. Then Tommy Martino Jr., they got jumbled up a little bit, spun there in the inner track in turn number 1.
Okay, signal this time to double them up. Go back to racing. Still 45 to go. Still Andy J in the lead with the 73. Timmy Solomito, 66. Kopchik, number 1. Zacharias, number 76.
Okay, the lights off on the base truck. Jankowiak and Solomito will bring us down for at least one more restart. 45 laps remain. Whoa, Zacharias. We've been talking about Zacharias having problems, a couple restarts. And another one there went way up high in turns 3 and 4, just as the green was coming out.
Everybody in the modified groups are coming up. That's not boxing.
Well, Zacharias to the rear in car number 76.
So Jimmy Zacharias, I'm not sure what happened there with that 76. Obviously a very fast car. We were just commenting about how quick he was making moves through traffic and getting right up to the top 5. But Gary, that car had been smoking off and on, sometimes heavy smoke. We saw in one of the previous restarts that it really faltered. He dropped to the safety apron, but kept going. This time the car went way up high, apparently shutting off. So kind of a puzzle with the 76. He restarts now, it looks like at the rear of the field.
Yeah, perhaps that is exactly what happened when we went green. Maybe it lost power, drifted up out of the racing crew to avoid any contact. But regardless, he is at the rear of the field for the next restart. "45 laps remain in the Tom Waddick Jr. Memorial 150 here at the Turkey Derby. Green flag on the restart. Whoa, contact! Cisco and Kopchik. I don't know how Kopchik held that car together, but looks like Cisco from that contact will bring out a caution in turns 1 and 2. What a job by Steven Kopchik.
Too early to say single file. There are people that are literally walking out.
Not sure if Kyle Cisco is number 31. He's going to need record service up there. It looks like it may indeed. Cisco, again, a Saturday night regular here with the Steve Ferrara Jr. Motorsports team. Feature winner this summer. Steve Ferrara Jr. operates the team, honoring his late dad, Steve Sr., who raced here at Wall Stadium and nearby Old Bridge Speedway with a lot of success in the 1950s and 60s. Driving a car number 31 coupe back in the day. Now Steve Jr. feels the always beautiful number 31 under the banner of Howell Gunworks, U.S. Coin, and Lynx Construction. Always a beautifully prepared and looking race car, but it looks like Turkey Derby 50 is over for the team and its driver Kyle Cisco here today.
Certainly a tough Turkey Derby 50 weekend for the Ferrara and Cisco racing team. Again, the problems yesterday when their motors came today. Problem, well, no problem of their own, but taken out in the Sportsman main event. And here problems in the Tour Type modified main event. Sure, Kyle was hoping to get his dad Brian a birthday victory, a win in one of the events. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but happy birthday to Brian Sisko. Celebrating his birthday, that is Kyle's father, former racer himself. As we are under caution with 45 laps remaining still. Yeah,
Against Jankowiak 73, Solomito 66. Kopchik, number 1. And now Andrew Kraus in the 24. Matt Hirschman, the 60. Pace truck pulls away. Andy J will anchor the field. Here's the charge through 3 and 4 down the main straightaway.
Whoa, trouble! That's a big accident there in turn number 4 on the restart. Contact between the top 2 cars as soon as we came to green.
Ian, I got too many people in my
73 got loose when he jumped on the throttle. Car got sideways. Timmy Solomito as well. Hard into the guardrail. Other cars piling in, bringing out the red flag.
You both walked on each other again. Steven, talk.
Missing the accident. You see leader Andy Jankowiak in the 73, Stephen Kopchik in the 1 on the backstretch, Matt Hirschman in the 60, Andrew Kraus, the 24, Patrick Emmerling, the 73.
Andy just turned dead right, it looked like.
Jimmy Blewett and Ronnie Williams over there in turn 2, they're okay. Brian Roby, Tyler Truex, Dave Sapienza, Tommy Martino, all okay over there in turn 2.
Is Ian live?
Good news is all drivers are okay. Hard crash over there. A lot of damaged equipment, but the good news, all drivers are all right.
This is going to take forever to clean up. I think 3 minutes left.
25, Brian Roby. 76, Jimmy Blewett. 69, Tyler Truex. 36, Dave Sapienza. 02, Ricky Collins. Number 9, Tommy Martino. And number 1, Anthony Sesley.
Good Sesame State, huh?
Kyle Sisko back out in car number 31.
Well, we thought Kyle Sisko's day was over, but yes, indeed, Kyle Sisko has the 31 back on track. Still has 45 laps to go to make something happen.
Ricky Collins pitting in the 02. Ron Freese back out in number 43.
Report from the pits, Ricky Collins changing a flat. That's why he's getting courtesy laps. And then we'll be getting back to racing for 45 to go.
Although I wanted 60.
Okay, Austin Beers back out in 9, and there is Ricky Collins in the 0-2. Okay, pace truck pulls away. Andy Jankowiak in the 73. Stephen Kopchik in a 1. Getting ready to bring him down. Drag race on a turn 4.
Green flag is out. Oh, tight racing on a restart between Kopchik and Andy J. That door is opening down low. Here comes Kraus to the inside.
Andrew Kraus indeed challenging Stephen Kopchik. Side by side off the corner. Kraus goes to second. Matt Hirschman right behind, and he'll go to third.
Yeah, Hirschman wasting no time. Take that inside line. Going by the one of Kopchik, who fights hard on the outside. Here comes Patrick Everling in a 73. Down to the inside.
Kopchik trying to get back down. He's in fourth and does it. Gets back in front of Patrick Everling. Ronnie Williams rides in sixth. Jimmy Blewett is seventh, followed by Dave Sapienza. As Kraus begins to draw in on Andy Jankowiak. Kraus getting a little bit closer now each time as they race into the corners. Hirschman rides third.
Hirschman turning the fastest laps on the Speedway right now. Well, now Jankowiak just a tick quicker into number 73. Leading the way over Kraus, Hirschman, Kopchik, and Everling, your top 5. Stephen Reed battling Dave Sapienza right behind, right in front of them. Check that. Is the 76 of Jimmy Blewett.
Right beyond Blewett is Dave Sapienza in the 36, followed by Stephen Reed in the 24R. Ryan Roby out of New Hampshire, rounding out the top 10 right now with 37 laps to go.
Ronnie Williams putting the pressure on the 73 of Everling as they battle for position number 5 in a turn number 3. Everling has it. Ronnie Williams 6 repeat to the inside off turn 4. Now Williams again to the inside. Can't make it happen, Earl.
Jankowiak looking a little bit stronger each time, and yes indeed, Everling feeling the pressure from Ronnie Williams. And up front, Kraus getting pressure now from Matt Hirschman as the battle for second.
Yeah, keep an eye on that battle for second. Hirschman taking a peek to the inside there. Last time by in turns 1 and 2. Hirschman no doubt looking to size up the 24 Kraus and take over that second spot. Meanwhile, the battle continues between Everling and Ronnie Williams off turn 4.
And Stephen Kopchik closing in. He was fourth, ways back, and now closing in on Matt Hirschman from third. Kraus outdueling Hirschman lap after lap. Kopchik coming right to the picture as well.
30 laps remain, 30 to go for Andy Jankowiak. Jankowiak pitted for tires earlier than all the cars behind him. Does he have enough to last to the end of it? Stage green, we'll find out. Kopchik now trying to close back in on the third place car of Matt Hirschman. And the battle continues right behind them between Everling and Ronnie Williams, battling hard off at turn number 2.
Right now, Andrew Kraus turning faster laps than Andy Jankowiak. Kraus at 12.499 behind Jankowiak, 12.534. And they are definitely closing it in. Kraus, Hirschman getting closer and closer to leader Jankowiak.
Williams, Emily continue to go at it for position number 5. As Kraus and Hirschman trying to reel in Andy J. He's coming on some slower cars, about a lap or two. First car in front of him is a 43 of Ron Fries. Being chased by Dave Sapienza's number 36, and right behind Sap is a 24 or Stephen Reed.
Kraus turning again past her last to Jankowiak, but Andy J maintaining command. Approaching more potential lap cars at the rear of the field. No doubt looking in his mirror and seeing Andrew Kraus getting a little bit closer each lap. Hirschman rides in 3rd, Kopchik in 4th. Kraus now really closing it in on Jankowiak. Wait,
yeah, it sure is. And some slower cars in front again, another couple laps. So Jankowiak has got to deal with the slower cars. First one in front is an item, Tommy Martino Jr. The lead is closing between the first and second place cars. Now Kraus on the rear bumper of Jankowiak.
And right behind them is Matt Hirschman. He has closed with a rush right to the bumper of Andrew Kraus. Hirschman right there as Kraus challenges for the lead. Hirschman challenges Kraus for second.
17 laps remain in the Tom Waddick Jr. Memorial 150 lapper here at the Turkey Derby. Slower cars in front of the leaders as they come out of turn number 4. Move over flag has been displayed. Martino Jr., Collins, and Truex. First 3 cars, Kraus takes a peek to the inside in turn number 3.
Nothing quite there. Andrew Kraus trying for the lead. Andy Jankowiak looks ahead, sees 3 cars that he has to get by, 3 lap cars, racing for position at the back of the field. Andy J looks to the outside. Tommy Martino will be the first car that he will have to pass to put a lap down, with Kraus challenging at every corner.
This is setting up to be a fantastic finish, and here comes Kopchik. Bumper cars get to the back of Hirschman.
Stephen Kopchik closed with a rush on Matt Hirschman, hit him in the back.
Well, Kraus got into the back of Jankowiak and almost lost the second spot to Hirschman to come up in turn number 4. What a battle for the top spot. Jankowiak has held it for a while. Kraus trying to reel him in with Hirschman and Kopchik running 4th and 5th.
12 laps to go.
Check that.
Kraus now coming right back to Jankowiak as we come up on 10 laps to go, 10 to go. Kraus to the inside, nothing there. Jankowiak fends them off, going through 1 and 2.
10 laps ago, make it 9.5 for Andy Jankowiak. Kraus puts the bumper to the 73s and come off turn number 4, looking to the inside, slower. Whoa! I had a feeling that would happen. Battling hard, Matt Hirschman inherits the lead.
Andrew Kraus and Andy Jankowiak going for the win, tangling and spinning in turn number 1. Well, Matt Hirschman is your new leader. And he has Stephen Kopchik right there with him. All eyes are on the battle for the lead between Andy Jankowiak and Andrew Kraus, but right behind them Matt Hirschman in the 60 and Steven Kopchik in the 1 were battling it out for position. And a lap or so ago, Kopchik actually made contact with Hirschman coming into turn 3. Hirschman slid up the track, maintained control, and now these two drivers, Matt Hirschman and Steven Kopchik, will be dueling for the win in the 50th edition of the Turkey Derby. And right with them, in the orange number 73, Patrick Emmerling. And contending as well, Ronnie Williams in the number 50, racing out of Connecticut.
Still, Earl, 9 laps remain. Anything possible. Hirschman, Kopchik, Emmerling, Williams, Sapienza. 5 invaders in the top 5 here at Wall Stadium Speedway Turkey Derby, Tom Waddick Jr. Memorial.
I think Andy, he cut down. I thought Cross was under him for quite some time.
Well, Earl, what could have been, we won't know. Between Jankowiak and Kraus, inherited the lead, the 3rd place car of Matt Hirschman. But see if Steven Kopchik has anything for the 60.
Well, indeed, we know Steven Kopchik has a very fast number 1. And we know Patrick Emmerling has a very fast orange number 73. I'll tell you, can't count out Ronnie Williams. He's been in the hunt all day long in at number 50.
Okay, getting set for the restart. 9 laps remain. Hirschman the 60, Kopchik in the 1. They got him on that.
Oh, Kopchik almost making contact with Emmerling off turn 2.
Emmerling trying to take him in a second spot from Kopchik. Can't do it. It is Hirschman looking to pull away from the 2nd place car of Steven Kopchik. Meanwhile, look at that battle for 5th between Sapienza and Stephen Reed.
Sapienza is 5th right now. Reed is right there to challenge. Hirschman pulls away. Kopchik 2nd. Emmerling challenging from 3rd.
Yeah, clear sailing, open racetrack in front for Matt Hirschman, looking for yet another Turkey Derby Tour type win here at Wall Stadium Speedway.
5 laps to go. 5 to go. This time by 3 to go from Matt Hirschman. Kopchik clearing Patrick Emmerling, pulling away. He's in 2nd, but right now has nothing for Matt Hirschman. Off turn number 4 they come, down the main straightaway, 2 to go.
Earl, you have to wonder if the top 2 of Jankowiak and Kraus didn't get together. Did Matt Hirschman have enough in the tank to try to take the win? We'll never know, but he's looking good here. White flag out, final time for Matt Hirschman in the 60, looking to win yet another Turkey Derby Tour type win.
Hirschman down the backstretch. He turns 3 and 4 from Northampton, Pennsylvania. He wins Turkey Derby number 50. Steven Kopchik 2nd. Patrick Emmerling is 3rd. Ronnie Williams 4th. Dave Sapienza in 5th. 6th through 10th, Stephen Reed, Brian Robies, Jimmy Zacharias, Austin Beers, and Andrew Kraus coming back for 10th.
Well, yet another Turkey Derby win for this guy. Red hot coming into tonight's racing action. Arguably the best in modified racing in the last several years. I think many people agree with that, no doubt. He's proven that here at Wall Stadium in the last several years, winning, and winning more. We'll go trackside to Jeff Gravatt, no doubt. A happy winner, fast timer, and wraps it up in victory lane. We'll go trackside to Jeff Gravatt. Jeff?
You might be waiting for the checkered flag. Yeah, I think he's selling it off.
All right, we are in victory lane. Hard to put the mic on when you got gloves on. Better than wearing mittens, I guess. Boy, this guy just seems to know when there's big money on the table. I can see him grinning through the window net. And he is about ready to climb from car number 60. Window that's down. Again, a cool thing for me, I've stood in victory lane with his dad here at Wall Stadium years ago. Turkey Derby champion. Here he comes from the car, Matt Hirschman. Big money, Matt Hirschman. Congratulations. Started 10th. You had to fight all the way, didn't you?
Yeah, man, I don't know what to say. You know, they advertised the demo derby was tomorrow, but it's been going all weekend. You know, nobody's just nobody's giving an inch, and everybody's fighting for everything. But it's just, man, wreck a lot of race cars, a lot of time under caution. But you know, last night I thought we were in the catbird seat for something to possibly happen last night, and it did, but I just got spun out the lap before that, and tonight we were kind of in the same position again, and this time we capitalized, so I can't complain. Got 1 out of 2, and it's always nice to end the season with a big win. You know, I always say Turkey Derby wins are special. They carry you know, into the off season, and just, wow, just appreciate my whole team, all the supporters that are a part of this. Harry's You Pull It, Florida Connection Racing, Collier Trucking, William J. Ross, DMC Auto Exchange, you know, my whole family, my team, everybody works hard, and like I said, we always put a big effort into Turkey Derby, and it paid off. It's paid off recently.
You changed your tires there, middle of the race. Did you make the right move? Were you doubting yourself?
I think it was the right time. I think it showed up there that Andy had 25 laps newer on 25 more laps on his tires at the end. I think that showed up, and so I think it was, yeah, it was the right time. It's just a matter of survival out there, though. I mean, you know, I think you restarted like 9th or 10th, somewhere in that range, and I didn't feel that we ran one green flag lap, and I was already in the top 5. So just like I said, definitely a matter of survival, and you know, glad we were able to accomplish that.
Survival of the fittest. Your champion, Matt Hirschman, everyone. All right, so Matt Hirschman taking home the big money in the Wannick Memorial Race. I'm going to walk down real quick and talk to the runner-up. Oh, you got a lot of money there, and it's a good thing because you might need a new bumper. Here's your second place finisher, Stephen Kopchik.
Yeah, second place, can't complain about that with how tonight went. Wrecked too many race cars, that's a shame. I don't know what everyone's doing out there, and it's too bad. But all in all, Turkey Derby weekend, I had a car that could win last night in the wall mod race, and to finish second to Matt here in the big race, you really can't complain too much. But we'll go home, we'll work on it, we'll get a little better, and see if we can contend in some of these races more.
Hey, you think the cold temperatures had anything to do with it?
I don't know. It's definitely cold. It's definitely late. The race definitely went too long. So thanks for all you guys for hanging out and watching it. And we couldn't do it without you. We couldn't do it without Tom Wanek. I can't thank him enough. Wanek Construction. Tom sponsored this race and, you know, really upped the payout and brought a lot of people together to make this happen. And he does a lot for modified racing, and I'm thankful to be the guy to drive for him.
One last thing, who do you got to thank?
Franzosa, Anthony Sesley, his dad Tony, my dad, Ballast Distributing, Karchner Logistics, just everyone that makes this happen. Can't do it without him.
Had a good season this year. Again, second place, Stephen Kopchik. And let me go down here. Car number 73, he hitched the ride. Patrick Emmerling, congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, first off, you know, I didn't know I was running this race about a week ago, and I got a call from Paulie there, and you know, invite me out to drive the 73 car here. And I got to get it up to them and their whole, you know, the whole family, and crew chief Bobby and my buddy Matt and everyone involved. You know, the goal here today was to run real clean, you know, run a clean race and, you know, run a race that's something to build on for their team here. And I think that's what we did. And, you know, we had a lot of fun out there. It was a little rough. The restarts were a little crazy, and we couldn't really get going too much, but I ended up with a third place. I mean, this is my first time running the Turkey Derby in at least 10 or 12 years or something like that. So, yeah, had some fun this weekend, and yeah, got to give it up to the whole Hartwig team here, and everyone did an awesome job. And you know, car was fast. We were a third place car at the end of that race, and definitely something to build on.
Great job. Go ahead, get your picture taken with that big check. Patrick Emmerling, everyone, finished third spot. All right. We still have the dirt modifieds to go. I'll send it up to the tower, gentlemen.
Twenty-seven cars set to take the green flag tonight. 128 green flag laps of racing. That means if there's a caution and the white flag comes out, green-white checkered finish. It will not be a finish under caution. These drivers have planned for this all year long. This is what they've been waiting for. Hours and hours upon work in the shop, hours of work on track. Lots of work the past 2 days under the hot Southwest Florida sun. And it comes down to this, 128 laps, the checkered flag, and a big old trophy, and a big old check.
Big check.
Big check.
Big one. This is going to be an all-out battle for 128 laps to get to the front of that field. You're going to see some guys deep in the field trying to make some moves, and then you're going to see some guys up at the front that are just trying to set an even pace, try to save their car for the end. But is that possible to do? You know, we'll have to see how it plays out. All right, this time by, fans, get up and wave at these cars coming by. Let them know you're cheering them on.
Wave your hands, wave your hats, pick your babies up, wave them at the drivers. They're going to be waving back at you. Drivers set for 128 laps of racing action. This is the largest purse ever at this track. $30,000 to win. Get on the edge of your seats. They are lined up side by side. They roll through turn number 3. They hit the Sunbelt Reynolds firing zone. Green flags out. It's the Billy Bigley Sr. 128 live at the 417.
Already the front row bumping and banging around there. Majeski on the outside. He gets advantage. Summers got tossed around a little bit, but he holds on to that second spot.
Summers got into Majeski down in turns 1 and 2. Majeski's like, I'm going to have no part of this. The gas pedal to the floor, got around him off of turn number 2. They are side by side from third on back.
Francis on the outside moving into that third position. He's still got Goddard on the bottom of the racetrack, poking a nose underneath him. Goddard now coming back.
Michael Goddard down low, leaning all over Francis, down into turn number 1. Here comes the 55 of Michael Atwell, trying to figure out who he's going to go with as they go down to turn number 3. Goddard got the 37 car right down on the rumble strips. They slide up the track off of turn number 4. Francis right up against the wall and back to turn number 1.
Francis still digging down the back straightaway, cannot clear Michael Goddard on the inside there. And like you say, Atwell just waiting around behind these two drivers. He's got a fast car, but he's got nowhere to go.
Michael Goddard not wanting to give up that position down to the inside. Battle for third. Here comes Francis. Powers off of turn number 2. He's got him cleared into 3. Slams the door on him, takes the third spot away.
And that opens up the door for Atwell. He's going to take a look at the top side of the racetrack, see if he can drive the long way around Michael Goddard. Atwell already up alongside Goddard's car, battling for fourth.
Back up front, your second place car, the 15 machine of Summers, trying to run down the 91 of Majeski. Lots of sparks coming from Majeski. Slow car down the back straightaway, down into turn number 3, up on the high side. That's going to be the number 2 of Michael Bilderback.
Tough break for them. They had good track position, but it looks like Bilderback's going to take that 2 car off.
2 off the track.
Majeski continues to lead. Summers hanging right there with him. We were talking a little bit earlier about, what's the pace you're going to set? Well, right now the pace looks to be about 14.9, which is a pretty good clip around the racetrack. Wouldn't have qualified you first, but it's keeping the speed up.
Everybody now is filled out to about single file. Nobody is side by side around the track. It is a 26-car freight train right now. Ty Majeski coming up off of turn number 2. Back in the second spot, going to be the 15 machine of Gabe Summers. Third is going to be the 5 of Albert Francis. Michael Atwell in the 55 running fourth. Oh, stacked up off the back straightaway. The 28 machine off the pace. That's Dylan Bigley.
Wow, Dylan Bigley's car looks like it has let him down here. He's on the bottom of the racetrack trying to limp back around. Caution flag's going to come out. That car's just too slow on the racetrack. I'm not even sure if he's still got power. Dylan Bigley coming to a stop here on the front straightaway. This 28 car has given up the day. Tough break for them. They had a good race car today. Middle of the starting position. You see on the replay there, that car just shut off on him as they were coming off for number 2. He's lucky he didn't get turned around.
Yeah, it shut off coming turn number 2. And the 4th car of Scott Tomask got into the back of him, stacked them all up, and the 28 cars come to a stop here on the front straightaway right before the start-finish line. So Ty Majeski in control of the race, your leader in the number 91. In second, going to be the 15 of Gabe Summers. Third is the 5 of Albert Francis. Fourth is the 55 of Michael Atwell. Fifth is going to be the 37 of Michael Goddard. Nick Neary in 6th in the 17 machine. The number 9 of Derek Krause in 7th. Austin Nason in the 14 running 8th. Colin Allman in the 67 9th. And in 10th, 10 car of George Gorham Jr.
So I'm still keeping my eye back there in the field because who had to start at the tail of the line? Jesse Dutilli. And we can see in just a short period of time, he's worked that car up into the 18th position. So Jesse Dutilli really going to have to use that car up to try to get to the front of the field here. It'll be interesting to see what he can make out of this race after being sent to the back early.
Yes, they were paying attention about the downforce on those cars, and everybody today, and the drivers being, there was a lot of questions about running tape on the cars. And so much so, I guess the officials paid a lot of attention to it, and come to find out, Dutilli moved the tape, tried to get more downforce on the nose of that car.
The order goes out to double the cars up. We'll get them stacked up 2 by 2, and we'll get this thing back going again. We've got 117 more laps of racing to go, so still plenty of action here at the 417 Southern Speedway.
So I tell you what, if you've paid attention to this track for late model racing, Ty Majeski just took the inside line, but really notoriously the outside line on these restarts have been where you wanted to be. He chose the inside. We're going to see what Summers does on this restart off of turn number 4. Side by side coming up off of turn number 2. Majeski down to the inside, but here comes Gabe Summers on the high side. Knocking on the back door in third. The 55 machine of Atwell is right there all over the back bumper.
Summers' car likes that outside groove. It just came to life, just like you said, Jason. Sometimes the outside is the faster way around here for a super late model on the restart.
I don't know how many times I've watched the hero Joe Witchell jump up on the outside and take him to school, but right now it's a side-by-side battle back down to turn number 1. Majeski on the inside, Summers up top off of turn number 2.
Majeski really threw it down in there that time. He wants to clear this car and get back out in front of this race.
Coming up off of turn number 4, little wiggle on the high side. Gabe Summers trying to hold it up on the top and doing a good job of it. This is some hot side-by-side racing, wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door, down into turn number 3. Majeski not giving it up on the inside, and Gabe Summers taking it all up top, right up against the wall.
Once again, you have Michael Atwell. He's moved up into the third spot.
He gets into Summers.
Oh, contact there, but everybody's still moving forward. You see Atwell backed off there. He doesn't want to get caught up in that mix.
Summers probably not happy with that contact last time by, down into turn number 1. Majeski trying to get the car back but can't do it. Summers pulling ahead. Here we go. Good battle back in. That's going to be 7th and 8th. Derek Kraus trying to muscle his way down on the inside. Back up front, coming off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. 3-car battle for the lead into turn 3.
Atwell's really got his nose up in the mix now. He's going to get to the inside of Summers, take over that second position.
Michael Atwell been sitting behind Summers in the 15 and the 91 of Majeski, and I tell you what, it looks like the young man is getting a little impatient. He says, I've got the power down. I want to move forward. You guys are in my way. Powering off of turn number 2, right in Majeski's tire tracks back to 3.
Francis moves the 5-car up into the third position. He gets by Gabe Summers while he was stuck in the second groove.
Down the front straightaway to turn 1. We're looking at a good race back there with the 27 of Cody Crucker in the 16th spot, working the outside of the 58C of Rich Klauser. Klauser down low, Crucker up top. Cody Crucker knows how to get around the outside. Klauser leaning on him just so slightly off of turn number 4. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That's going to be the 14 machine. Austin Nason moving up into the 4th spot.
Nick Neary going to try to follow Nason through and pick up that 5th position.
Only 105 laps to go. Caution coming out.
And we got a spin down in turn number 4. That's Sean LeMaster and John Nutley that get caught up in that incident.
Going back to the instant replay, they come through 3 and 4. They're back in the pack, and LeMaster got up underneath Nutley and looped around, and both of them end up sitting back down there in 3 and 4. Drivers fight for the same piece of real estate down there and just ran out of real estate.
Well, Dutilli was a freight train in the back of the field there, but he only gained 2 positions on that last run there where we ran about 12 laps. So he's starting to hit the faster cars and starting to take a little longer to work his way up through traffic.
You know, I've watched Dutilli run around here for years, man, and it's like he likes to be about mid-pack with about 50 laps to go, and then he hits the go button.
He really is a guy that saves his equipment for the end of the race there. We just watched a race out here a couple weeks ago, and I would have counted him out until the final restart, and all of a sudden he had a new race car.
Yeah, he is. He's mastered the art of saving a car for this track, most definitely, man. So here we go. Driver's going to pick lines. Your leader, Ty Majeski, going to choose the inside, and Michael Goddard goes to the top. I'm sorry, Michael Atwell goes to the top. This ought to be a pretty interesting restart. Last race, talked to Michael Atwell after the race, and I asked him, I said, what could you have done different on that restart? And he said, I should have chose the outside. Where's he at right now?
Yeah, we'll see how this outside lane moves. It worked for Gabe Summers on that last restart. He had a pretty good run going.
Off the pace.
Uh-oh, that's Francis. Problems for Albert Francis prompted the officials to call off that start. They wasn't sure if that car was going to stop rolling down the back straightaway. Francis takes a 5-car off, and we'll double this field back up again and get them going.
.128 green flag laps. No counting cautions. This is all green racing.
So they're checking Francis' pit to see if he is putting tires on that car, if he had a flat tire go down. Now they're going to let us know here, and we'll get things going back again. We do have a courtesy here, though. If you've got a flat tire, they'll give you a couple laps to get one changed. We're just waiting to see if that was the problem on his car. Anybody that doesn't like racing must be out of their minds.
Anybody that doesn't like auto racing is just un-American.
What an exciting race we've got before us this evening. And kind of exactly who I expected to be at the front of this field. Ty Majeski, Michael Atwell, Nick Neary's up there in third right now. There's some big names. Derek Kraus in the number 9 car on the inside of row number 3.
I'm going to be bad because I know that we are live online right now, and I've got to say hi to my daughter Victoria all the way out in California watching us tonight on here.
No shame in that, Jason.
Green flags out. We're racing.
Atwell got a really good run through the middle of the corner down the back straightaway. He pokes a nose out in front.
That's where Michael Atwell wanted to be. He likes that outside, powers it off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway to 1, trying to draw a bead on the middle. Oh, here we go. Off of turn number 2, Michael Atwell to the lead around the 91 of Majeski.
Boy, he made that look easy. In a short period of time, he got that car clear, and Atwell now sets the pace for this race.
Normally, Michael Atwell's been running the 51 on that car, but he's changed it over to his dad's number. Dan Atwell ran the 55 here at the 417 for years, and now it's back out front again as they go down to turn number 1.
Austin Nason up to the 3rd spot. He gets around Nick Neary. Nick Neary running in 4th. Then we've got a battle back there for 5th. Derek Kraus.
Man, some contact coming up off of turn number 4, about mid-pack. The 59 Double D, Dustin Dunn. He got into somebody hard. The nose of that car is wrinkled up.
And a caution flag coming out. Dustin Dunn up at the top of turn number 2 comes to a stop.
Double D had the nose of that car up underneath somebody's rear end and was inspecting the bell housing on that machine, and it didn't turn out well for the 59. Who was in front of him? That was the 30 of Dutilly was in front of him. Going back in the replay as they come up here off of turn number 4, looking for Double D here. He's already up on the outside. Look, yeah, like he might have got into the back of Dutilly. I don't see any damage to the back of the 30 machine at Bigley, so we'll go back this replay.
Well, I think if anything, he might have got the rear quarter panel there. He was.
Going by the speed shot camera there on the front end was already run, but back to race monitor. Before the caution came out. And
how is old Jesse doing? He's up 2. Jesse's up 2 more spots. Making his way. Still got a long ways to go, but we got a lot of racing. We're down to 100.
You cannot count Tilly out here. You can't. We've seen him from the back a couple times in one race.
This is a pretty spectacular field of cars, though, Jason.
This is probably the tightest group of cars I've seen at this track. I mean, I've been here at this track since 1988, since Leroy Davison opened the doors, and this is probably one of the tightest race cars I've seen.
1988. You old man, you.
Hush.
That's all right. I already graduated high school by then. I don't imagine you did.
Well, you're old.
Yeah. But that's all right, because I enjoy a good race just like the next guy. Tim takes that pace truck off the top of the track, and we're going to be coming back to a green flag with Ty Majeski on the inside, Michael Atwell on the outside.
Majeski's going to be up on the wheel for this one, man. I don't think he was expecting that young man to motor around him that way.
Atwell on the outside gets him started up. That's our leader. Majeski leans on that fender a little bit. Atwell is not unnerved. He pulls that car out in front once again.
Yeah, I think Majeski was like, man, that kid is not going to budge. I'm going to roll out of here and save my car up and just try to run with him for a little while. Fourth on back, everybody is side by side. Good battle right there. That's going to be the 14 of Nason and the 9 of Kraus. They are making their way up through the field.
Nick Neary was able to get back around the outside of Nason on that start, so another car that started on the outside that got position.
Michael Goddard in the 37 machine locked up in a... Who is that on the outside of him? That's going to be the 20 of Anthony Sergey. Sergey's been here before. He's worked his way around the outside trying to clear the 37 machine.
Neary off the pace in the top of turn number 4. We see his car coming to a stop. And that's going to be another caution flag. So a very strong car last year. Nick Neary was up front battling for the win, and he has just come to a stop. Typical of somebody who might have a flat tire. We see Dustin Dunn getting going again there. We'll have to see if Neary's got a flat as he takes that car back to the pits.
And trying to get a good solid green flag run in. We are only 96 laps to go. Going back to the replay.
Yeah, we can see on the Neary just pulled over. He knew he had to put on that car, and he just pulled up to the track and stopped.
Saw some smoke rolling off the left front of that car when he came to a stop. I'm not sure. He might have
All right, once again, Atwell chooses the high groove. He likes the way that car's firing up on the outside.
Drivers looking for the green flag. Here we go. High speeder rolling off of turn 4 and back down to 1.
Once again, Atwell so strong through the middle of the corner. Majeski's car will not turn that well on the bottom like that, and Atwell gets back out in front. Austin Nason up to third. Derek Kraus running in the 4th position. And our pole sitter Gabe Summers making his way into 5th, getting by Sergey.
Keeping an eye on that 30 car, Jesse Utility coming up off of turn number 2. He gets around the 33 of Daniel Webster. Webster fires it back down to the inside. They are stacked and packed right in front of him. One heck of a battle right here.
Yeah, Michael Goddard making his way on the inside of Anthony Sergey, so Goddard's going to get by and pick up that position as well.
Goddard in the 37, Sergey in the 20. Then you've got the 67 of Colin Allman, the 33 of Webster. Allman sideways up off the corner. Daniel Webster down to the inside, and he's got the 30 of Jesse DeDilly stacked up behind him, and the 10 of George Gordon right here in the 11th spot.
Ty Majeski's got his nose glued to the rear bumper of Michael Atwell's car up there at the front of the field. Not going to let that young driver get away from him anytime soon.
Oh, spin down in turn 3 and 4. That's going to be the 67, Colin Allman.
Cody Martell in the 99 was involved in that as well. John Nutley in the 96.
Going back and looking at the race monitor, and it looked like who was behind Allman? Webster was behind Allman. Dutilly was behind Allman.
The 99 of Martell goes off. So he's damaged that car in the incident. Oh man, Nutley's car is really tore up. He's going to be taking that thing behind the wall.
He might be hitting the cooler early.
Did offer us some cold adult beverages later on, Jason. I'll see you over there.
Yeah, he's going to hold me to that. To the replay, and that was the 90-90. I was calling the 67, Colin Allman. Those cars are very similar. That was Cody Martell, and it looked like the one car might have got into him.
Looks like Cody Martell is going to bring that 99 car back out onto the track. Good to see they were able to keep that thing in the field.
Do a quick rundown through the top 10. Your leader out front going to be the 55 of Michael Atwell. Ty Majeski in the 91 in second. Austin Nason in the 14 machine in third. Derek Kraus in the number 9 running fourth. Fifth is going to be the 15 of Gabe Summers. Sixth is going to be the 37 of Michael Goddard. Anthony Sergey running seventh in the 20 machine. Colin Allman in eighth in the 67. Daniel Webster in the 33 machine running ninth. Jesse Dutilly up to 10th. Like we said earlier, you cannot count him out.
Man, and really, we're only 30-some laps into this thing, and Jesse Dutilly's already cracked the top 10. So he's pretty much back in this race, as I would call it. Anywhere inside the top 10 with more than 50 laps to go, I think it's anybody's race in that top 10 right now.
George Gorham Jr. sitting back there on 11th, having a good run. He's been glued to Jesse Dutilly for the past few laps too, kind of following him through there. Oh no, George Gorman just pulled it off the track. Cody Martell in the 99 machine pulling his car back out into the track. So last year, Ty Majeski showed up and had mechanical difficulties, it was like the first lap, second lap, something very, very early. And now he is back down here trying to redeem himself on that, finds himself sitting in the second spot. And probably sitting behind the 55 of Michael Atwell and probably trying to learn something.
I don't know if he's trying to learn something. I think he's definitely trying to push Atwell, maybe get Atwell to run his car hard in the first half of this race, because he stayed right glued to his rear bumper. He was not trying to keep any distance off of him. Definitely wanting to keep the pressure applied to Atwell.
Nason in the 14 car, sitting there in the third spot. Kraus in fourth, Summers in fifth. Field getting ready to double up, so we can get ready to turn these drivers loose again.
Austin Nason's been hanging around in the top 3 for quite a while now. The 14 car working good for him. Derek Kraus, I said I don't think he's got very many laps around this track, but he's obviously got it dialed in, running in the 4th spot right now.
Summers really hasn't dropped off. He's been there in the top 5 all night. Started up front, lost a couple spots, but he is still sticking close.
Yeah, Michael Goddard, second fastest qualifier, still in the top 3 rows there, so he's within striking distance to get back to the front of the field.
Tighten up those belts. Drivers hit the firing zone off of turn number 4. Burt lets them go. Green flag's out. We're racing.
Now this time Majeski hangs tough on the inside. Atwell didn't get such a big run through 1 and 2, but it looks like still that high groove working for Atwell, and he's going to get that car out in front.
Michael Atwell, your leader, gets it in front of Majeski. Then back in the 3rd spot, going to be the number 9 of Kraus. Kraus down to the inside. Here comes the 14. Nason buries it down to turn number 3.
Yeah, Kraus got by him on the outside on that start, but Nason going back to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to try to make it work.
Outside seems to be working pretty good as they come up off of turn number 2. The 37 machine of Michael Goddard moving up on the outside of the 14 of Austin Nason. Going to try to follow Kraus through on the high side as they come up off of turn number 4 and back down to turn number 1. Nason down low. Kraus up top. Here comes the 37 of Goddard on the high side.
Man, Nason can really drive that car in deep. He gets all the way back to Kraus after not being so close on the straightaways.
Oh, Majeski four-wheel drift up off the corner coming off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. Just buries it.
I do believe Goddard just drug that car down the outside wall, down the back straightaway. We'll see if that slows the 37 up.
Michael Goddard up on the wheel, knows how to get around here as he comes up off of turn number 4. Nason right in front of him. Here comes the 15 of Summers down on the inside. Goddard just trying to find some good bite up on the top side as they come up off of turn number 2. Summers down low, Goddard up high, wheel to wheel, door to door, down to turn number 3.
Whoa. Summers got a little loose coming off turn number 4. Goddard shot out in front, but Summers right back underneath him going down into 1.
Summers in the 15 machine, not wanting to give up that spot, buries it down to the corner. Goddard just committing to the outside, just keeps rolling it through on the top, just barely staying ahead of him. Clears him almost so slightly down into turn 3, but then Summers makes it up right in the center of the corner. A little contact.
Goddard finally with the opportunity to get back to the bottom, but the car won't stick. He goes back to the second groove, and Summers is back underneath him.
That thing jumped out from underneath Goddard as he came up off of turn number 2. Summers was still right there, ready to pounce on him. They're still wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door off of 4 and back to 1.
Goddard finally getting tired of running the outside there. I think he's going to let Summers go, and he's going to pull in line.
Back up front, Ty Majeski looking down to the inside. Battle for the lead off of turn number 2. Majeski pulls alongside the 55 of Atwell. Atwell up top, Majeski down low. Battle for the lead with 80 to go.
Didn't expect to see these two drivers start battling it out with so much laps left to go, but I guess Majeski wants to get out in front and set the pace himself.
Man, Majeski had that car all the way down on the bottom. He bounced the front end off the ground, coming up off of 2. Does it again down in 4. Slides up the track, now forces it back down to the inside. Here comes Atwell battling back on the high side, down the back straightaway to 3.
Yeah, Atwell seems quite comfortable in that second groove. He's not even trying to get back to the bottom of the racetrack right now.
Ty Majeski said, I've got to throw something at him. I've got to test him out. I'm going to see what this car is going to do. It bounces a little bit coming up off of turn number 2. He has to get back in line. But Majeski can just bury that car down to the inside. But Atwell's leaving the inside wide open for him.
Yeah, he's found where his car is working best right now. And he said, I'll tell you what, if you think you're faster on the bottom, I'll give you the shot.
Ty Majeski settles back in line, now looks down to the inside, really not driving it hard, just knows the inside is open. He can roll it in there, just 2 totally different lines. Now Atwell shuts him down in the middle of 1 and 2.
I guess he gave him enough opportunities there, and he's going to go back down to the bottom of the racetrack and get back, try to get back into his own groove. You know, you want to set a pace, you want to get something that's going to save your car for the end of the race, and I think that's what Atwell said, okay, that's enough side-by-side racing here.
Down the front straightaway, down into turn 1. We've got them stacked up 2 by 2 down the back straightaway. That's going to be the 27, Cody Crucker. down on the inside of the 58 of Rich Klauser. Those two have been pretty much side by side, nose to tail the whole race.
Yeah, they've been battling it out the whole time, and looks like they're having a good battle at that. You see Nick Neary just behind those drivers. He's trying to work his way up through the field after going into the pits early on in the race.
Side-by-side battle for the lead again down into turn number 3. Atwell up top, Majeski down low, still trying to get around Atwell on the inside.
These drivers are going to come into some lap traffic here soon. We'll see how this works on the leaders.
That's going to be the 0 of Walters, the 11 of Weaver gets sideways. Here comes the leaders down into turn number 1. Oh, Majeski gets Atwell a little sideways right in the center of the corner. He makes contact. Atwell comes across the nose, brings it down to the bottom into turn number 3. Michael Atwell trying to hang on to it. Majeski trying to take advantage of the lap traffic. Couldn't do it. Atwell with his hands pulled down into turn 1. They make contact again. Majeski sideways.
Man, Atwell was not going to get trapped behind lap traffic there. He turned that car down in front of Majeski, said, "Oh, no, you don't."
Yeah. Atwell's like, "This is my house."
Look how wide of a line Atwell's running down into the corners. No wonder it looks like Majeski can drive in deeper. Atwell's way out in right field.
Yeah, the whole left rear quarter panel of Atwell's car is wrinkled up, and the back panel is just kind of flopping in the breeze. Majeski had gotten a piece of him that's wrinkled up a little bit, but it's not slowing the 55 machine down. Really going to town as they come down into 3 and 4, closing in on the halfway point.
As we look at halfway, look who's cracked into the top 6 now. Jesse Dutilli running in the 6th spot. Actually 7th spot right now. Now 6, that's Walters there.
Yeah, that's going to be Dutilli's in 6. He's got Summers. He's locked up on the back bumper of Summers and the 14 of Nason as they go down into 1 and 2. Oh boy, here we go. Majeski again down to the inside of the 55 of Atwell.
Look how wide the entrance into the corner, though. Atwell is giving him the whole bottom of the track to work with. They've got their car set up for the second groove tonight. I just don't know that you can hang out there all night long.
I don't. Holy cow. Jesse Dutilli has cleared Summers and Nason. Dutilli is up to 4th. He had to go to the back of the pack. Made an illegal adjustment on the car, moved the tape on the nose of the car. They caught him, made him go to the back of the pack. Now he sits in 4th. We talked about this earlier, Rob. You cannot count Dutilli out. I might have seen a little bit of brake flowing on the left front of that car as he went into turn number 3.
That's common on Dutilli's car, though, especially with the last couple laps there, him making a couple passes. He had to really ride that brake pedal a couple of times. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more glow before the end of this race.
Yeah, starting to light up just a little bit. Great camera work there, guys. We appreciate that. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Your leader, the 55, Michael Atwell, still trying to hold off the 91 of Ty Majeski. They have been locked up nose to tail, side by side for the past 50 laps or so. Majeski keeps getting down to the inside. Atwell just throws the inside wide open on him. And Atwell just deciding to run the top side and said, "Here, have the inside all night long. You can have it. I like it out here."
Yeah, they definitely brought a car for the second lane tonight. Majeski's got a good run on him right now, but every time you think he's going to, that back end of that car breaks loose on him, and he slides back.
Here we go. Lap traffic again. Oh! Weaver slowed down the front straightaway. Atwell had to slam it down to the inside. Almost drove across Majeski. They keep it together down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Man, I can't believe we didn't just pile up both of those drivers. A lot of credit to them that either one of them didn't get tangled in that.
They're closing in on more lap traffic. Double D, Dustin Dunn in the 59 machine, getting ready to go another lap down as the leaders barrel down on them into turn number 3. A little bit further back in 5th and 6th, Summers in the 15, Nason in the 14. Those two still running nose to tail. Ty Majeski still looking down to the inside of the 55 machine. Dustin Dunn, Double D in the 59. Right in front of them as they come up off of turn number 4. Majeski really wanting to play this lap traffic, and it's been really close several times, but Atwell just keeps hanging on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Dustin Dunn was going to move up the racetrack there. He finally gets in the second groove, and Atwell and Majeski go by on the inside.
Oh, Majeski almost makes contacts, almost loops it around. Both of them hang on and save it down into turn number 1. They got to gather it up and do it all over again.
Some great driving right there. Majeski taking care of our leader, to be honest there. He did a good job of staying off of him and staying with him. Derek Kraus running in the 3rd spot. Jesse Dutilli in 4th.
Michael Atwell in the 55. Ty Majeski in the 91. Still locked up nose to tail. 3 slower cars in the way. Next 3 drivers in danger are going a lap down. Going to be the 4 of Tamask, Sweet in the 1, and George Gorham in the 10. Majeski on the high side, changes up his line, trying to get around the 55, and he does.
Yeah, he pinched Atwell down to the bottom. I'm not sure why Atwell let him do that, but I bet you we'll see Atwell going back to the top side.
Ty Majeski been back there going, man, this kid can run the outside. Maybe I can do it too. He put it up top.
Wow, Majeski stretching it out now that he's cleared Atwell.
You know, you said it earlier, how long can he run that outside and not tear up the car? And I think we might have just seen that.
It's hard to say. Ty Majeski's been pushing that car as well. I mean, if anybody's using equipment up right now, Ty Majeski really used it up to get around Atwell. We're inside the 50 laps to go. We've got 45 left. You see Jesse Dutilli narrowing the gap on Derek Kraus for that 3rd position. If we have a caution, Dutilli is going to be right in the mix here.
Yeah, that's going to, if we get a caution, that's going to change the whole complexion of this race, and it's going to be a shootout then. Ty Majeski working the lap traffic down to the inside of the 0 of Walters. Atwell now going around Walters on the inside through 1 and 2. George Gorham Jr., the next car to go a lap down. Majeski knocking on the back door as they come up off of turn number 4. Majeski right there. Right in Gorham's tire tracks, looking down to the inside.
The battle's starting to heat up there between Dutilli and Kraus as they're approaching the lap traffic of Walters. Dutilli right up on the rear bumper of Kraus, the battle for 3rd.
Dutilli right there up the tailpipes, makes a little contact, gives him a little shove down into turn number 1. Dutilli down to the inside, Kraus up the track, Dutilli up to 3rd.
I don't know, Kraus didn't put up much of a fight there at all. They knew Dutilli was coming.
Now Dutilli making that wide arc into the corner, just trying to diamond it off and get that good power run up off the corner.
Yeah, it seems like that outside lane into turn number 1 is really good tonight. Majeski stretching that lead out about maybe 8 car lengths over Atwell. As soon as he got that car clear into some clean air, Majeski's been really clicking off some laps.
Ty Majeski that last time by ran a 15.251. Atwell ran a 15.574. Jesse Dutilli ran a 15.475. Majeski, your leader out front in the 91. Back in the second spot. That's going to be the 55 of Michael Atwell. In third, after coming all the way up through the field, that's going to be the 30 of Jesse Dutilli. Fourth spot, that's going to be the number 9 of Derek Kraus in the number 9 machine. Fifth is going to be the 15 of Gabe Summers. Sixth is going to be the 14 of Austin Nason. Seventh is going to be the 37 of Michael Goddard. Running eighth, going to be the 33 of Daniel Webster.
Majeski stretched it out to a full straightaway lead now, but you know, you got to wonder. These guys talk about setting the pace and saving your car. We've got 30 laps to go. The chances of us going green those 30 laps, I feel, are going to be pretty slim, Jason.
I don't know. I'm a race fan. I hope we get a caution. That'll make it real interesting.
Was that some debris you spotted in turn 4, Jason?
Ty Majeski doesn't want to see a caution.
Somebody that's got no time to save their equipment for the end, though, Jesse Dutilli in that 30 car has got to make some ground. He's about as far behind Michael Atwell as Atwell is behind Majeski right now. We've got the front 3 cars stretched out pretty good around the racetrack.
Yeah, they're all right now about evenly spaced apart. Everybody is working lap traffic right now. Majeski trying to get underneath the 58 as they come up off of turn number 2.
Klausers looks like he's got some damage to the front of that 58 car. Not bad though. Klauser runs 11th.
Nick Neary in the 17 is going to be the next car in danger of going a lap down as Majeski comes up off of turn number 2. Oh, Kraus in the 9 car just buries it down in the corner.
Yeah, he's trying to get back to Jesse Dutilli, isn't he?
Yep. Man, great camera work. Kraus up off of turn number 4, had his hands full. Chased it up to the outside, now working the high side down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Battle for the 3rd spot. Dutilli on the inside, Kraus up top.
Dutilli seems to be a little off the pace all of a sudden. I wonder if something's going away on that race car.
Yeah, Jesse Dutilli definitely slowed down. Kraus moved around him and walked away from him pretty darn quickly. Yeah, Kraus is running a 15.2. Jesse Dutilli just ran a 15.8. Dutilli is definitely off the pace. $20 laps to go that time by. Ty Majeski. Second, Derek Kraus in 3rd. Oh, Atwell, man, getting together with the 4 car. I'm sorry, that was Michael Goddard getting together. Yeah, with Scotty Tomasky.
They aren't racing for position.
Man, the 17 and Nick Neary, those brakes are glowing cherry bomb red. Watch this as he goes down into turn number 3. No, they're not too red that time. They were bright red just a little bit ago. Oh, into the wall, down in turns 1 and 2. 15 of Summers.
Summers was having a great race too. That's a tough break for that crew.
I think
they've been hanging around the top 6 all race long. With 17 to go, he finds himself parked against the wall.
Yeah, I think he might have had something break on the right front, or the tire went flat. One or the other.
Man, that car was doing good.
Yeah, he was running 5th at the time. Summers wanting to go in the pit over there in turn number 2, but he's got to make the trip all the way around the track. And yep, something dragging. Something is definitely broke on that car. He is, woof. Back to the lead shot.
Oh, yeah, something on the front end. It just dropped down to the ground. Car went straight up the racetrack. Luck to do more damage than he did.
A lot of air. Yep, it's flat.
Well, as you were pointing out about the brakes, you know, on these long green flag runs like that, we've seen it happen in the past. If they get the brakes so hot, it actually starts burning the bead of the tire around that hot rim. And maybe he just had them things heated up so much that tire finally gave out.
Yep. So here we go, Rob. 18 laps to go. This is a green flag race.
Boy, you know, this is what we were setting up for all race long. I thought Jesse Dutilli was going to be in the mix there, but Dutilli was off the pace there before this caution came out. He still sits 4th in the lineup, but I'm not sure his car is
and he has
capable.
pulled it. He has pulled it off the track.
Yeah, I don't see him out there on the track anymore, is he?
Rob, I'm really liking how the number 9 Derek Kraus is looking.
Yeah, you know, he was kind of a late entry too. They only started talking about him a week or two ago coming down here and running this race, so they made a decision to drive down and check it out. And I bet you they're glad they did right now. That car is in contention.
Yeah, he's steadily been running 15 threes, 15 twos.
And that's about what our leaders have been running. I was watching Ty Majeski, and
Majeski's running 15 threes, 15 fours, 15 threes and 15 fours.
So Kraus has got he's got a shot at this. He's still got a good car left at the end of this race. We've got 18 laps left to go.
Atwell still running 15 twos and 15 threes. So, you know, you got 3 cars right here. And we go back to green.
The word goes out to double them up, so we are going to get this thing going very shortly. We've got 18 laps left to go. Ty Majeski, our leader, he'll take the outside lane.
Every restart Ty Majeski has taken when he was the leader was the inside. This is the first time he's chosen the outside tonight.
Atwell's car works good in the second groove. I don't think he wants to let Atwell up there. There's the 1 to go signal. We'll come back to the Sunbelt Reynolds firing zone and we'll take a green flag. Maybe the last green flag of this race. The last restart.
Cautions breed cautions. Time to tighten up them belts, get up on the edge of your seat. Driver's looking for the green flag off of turn number 4. Here we go, Majeski.
Boy, he shot out of there like a rocket.
Atwell was having a hard time keeping that car underneath him coming up off the corner. They are stacked up behind him. Kraus and Nason knocking on the back door of the 55 of Atwell as they come up off of turn number 4.
Atwell already committing to the outside. He knows his car doesn't work on the bottom. He's going to that second groove.
Check out the 37, Michael Goddard back up into the mix. He's got Webster on the outside of him. They are stacked up behind the 9 and the 14 coming up off of turn number 4. Atwell swings it up to the high side, puts the bumper on the back end of the 91 of Majeski. Now looks down to the inside, gets back in line, fires it down into turn number 3. Majeski taking the line away from the 55.
Yeah, Majeski stayed up there in the second groove. I don't think Atwell was expecting him to be there when he got down into the corner. He almost ran him over.
Atwell trying to change up his line to get some good forward bite off of that car to get up alongside of Majeski. If he could just get to him, maybe get a bumper on him, loosen him up a little bit, take advantage of it. Kraus now into the mix.
I think Kraus is running a higher groove than Atwell is. He's really got that car up there.
Man, he arced that thing in high going into turn number 1.
So the bottom of the racetrack, if you look at the front 4 cars, nobody's getting down on the apron. Nobody wants the bottom of the racetrack right now.
Man, it sounded like somebody smacked the front straightaway wall as they came by back there in the back of the pack. We'll take a look at the cars that come through, but coming up off of turn number 4, Ty Majeski got a mirror full of the 55 again.
I don't know that I've ever seen a race that every car out there wanted the second groove.
No, yeah.
Because they're all in a single file line up in that second lane. At least not at this track, Jason.
Yep. Derek Kraus looked down to the inside that last time by, down into 1 and 2. He's within striking distance. Majeski now pulls it back down to the inside. 10 laps to go. That time by. They come up off of turn number 2. Ty Majeski, your leader, out front. Michael Atwell in second. Derek Kraus in third.
Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, Jason. It's time to show what you got.
Atwell fires it down into turn number 3. Just sails it in on the high side, trying to reel in the 91 of Ty Majeski. Majeski, your leader. Michael Atwell in second. He is still right there within striking distance. Kraus is right there within striking distance. All it's going to take is somebody driving it in there just a little bit too deep. I guess it comes down right now is how bad can you want it and how much of a wheel do you got?
And what kind of car do you have left? It looks like Atwell's going to make one more bid at it here. He really drove it deep on the outside there.
Majeski just running a different line every round. Oh, there, Atwell gets a piece of him off turn number 2. Caution, crash, turn number 1. That's going to be the one machine of Sweet up against the wall.
Wow. Was just getting into this battle at the front of the field there, and here comes another caution flag.
Wow.
So once again, Jason, it's going to come down to the very final few laps of this race. I'm still not counting out Derek Kraus. That car is right there. Austin Nason, he's been hanging around the front of this field. Maybe he's saved up something for the end. I haven't really seen it out of his car so far, but Derek Kraus, I'm keeping an eye on that car. These front 2 guys tangled too much. We're liable to see Kraus sneak up in there and slit.
Oh, look like, was that George Gorham getting a piece Sweet down into turn number 1? Yeah, I think that was. Oh boy, my anxiety is getting the best of me. I think we've worn holes up here in the floor. We've been kind of rocking back and forth, watching all this
around.
action.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what. The only one moving around more than us is Majeski. He has put that car in every lane of this racetrack up there at the front. He's just making it really look wide.
I'm glad you said that. I was just thinking that right into car. Majeski's been running high. He's been taking it slow. And Atwell just really doesn't know where to go right now.
Well, he knows that Atwell's really good in 1 and 2, so he's been taking the high groove in 1 and 2, but it looks like Majeski likes to come back to the bottom through 3 and 4.
So this is 5 laps to go. This race will end under green. This will not be a race that will end under caution. If on the last lap the white flag comes out, they have to throw the caution, it will be a green-white checkered finish.
Once again, Majeski chooses the high lane for the restart.
$30,000 up for grabs in the Bill Bigley Senior Memorial. Ladies and gentlemen, the lights are off. The pace truck is pulled off the track. Everybody is lined up side by side. Ty Majeski, your leader. Michael Atwell in second. Derek Kraus in third. Nason in fourth. Webster up to fifth. 5 laps to go. Get up on the edge of your seat. Green flag's out. We're racing wheel to wheel and door to door on the floor.
Majeski got a great start there, but Atwell battling back on the inside. I don't think his car is going to work well enough on the bottom, though, to get by Majeski.
Here comes Nason on the outside, the 14 machine. Kraus locked up on the inside. Is that Michael Goddard? Michael Goddard up into the 5th spot. Side by side for third, down into turn number 3. Kraus on the inside, Nason up top, wheel to wheel off of turn number 4. Ty Majeski trying to stretch it out over the second place car of Atwell. Atwell right there trying to get a piece of the back bumper. They're still side by side for third.
It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by. Who's it going to be? Ty Majeski's out in front. He's got a car length advantage, but Atwell right back to the rear bumper.
Both those drivers took a wide arc down into turn number 1, trying to use up the whole track. Now Atwell buries it down into turn number 3. White flag lap coming up this time by off of turn number 4. Ty Majeski trying to redeem himself after getting broke last year. Atwell puts a bumper on him on turn number 2. Looks down to the inside, tries to get a run down the back straightaway into 3. Checkered flag out this time by Atwell down to the inside. Majeski up top, wheels it off of 4. Ty Majeski taking the win. Michael Atwell in second. And Austin Nason finishing third.
Great job by Austin Nason. It was that outside lane on the restart that got him by Derek Kraus, and Kraus could not get back around him. Kraus winds up 4th, Goddard 5th. But, man, Majeski, what a great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. We're going to do the drawing for the 50-50 ticket, and you do not want to miss it. Yes. Got to get out.
Go.
That's right, got to get out.
Fired way early.
Last year, Ty Majeski broke early in the race. He had to come back to redeem himself. Climbing out of the car, your winner, the 91, Ty Majeski.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ty Majeski holds off a late race restart. Bigley Senior Memorial here at 417.
Nice.
Love it.
Buddy.
All right, we got all that business out of the way. Let's get down to it. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, the number 91, Ty Majeski. Ty, last year you came down here. You broke early. You had to come back down here and redeem yourself. What a great race. That young man didn't cut you any slack.
Well, he didn't. Just a ton of respect to Michael and his whole team. They're class acts. He could have got into me and moved me anytime there, but we had a good, clean race early on, and it was a good, hard short track race. I feel like lately on the levels of NASCAR and even on the short track level, we've seen some questionable things go on, and really refreshing to see a good, clean short track race like that. Thank you guys for all coming out. Hope you enjoyed that show. It doesn't get too much better than that. Have a lot of sponsors to this area: River Landings Resort, Liberty Coach, Stouts. We have a lot of people that make all this happen. Just so thankful for Todd and Toby and our whole crew to make this thing go.
It was really awesome. You coming back down here, you guys did a lot of great side-by-side racing. You ran the bottom early, but as you went on, you decided to move up the top. Was it something you saw them doing in front of you?
Yeah, I think I think the outside was surprisingly good. I've never really seen it work that well here, watching past races. So I've never actually done a race here. We only made it 4 laps last year, so I was learning as we went, but just kind of had to adapt to the situation. And like I said, Michael got that outside working pretty good, and I knew he was, I was going to force his hand to have to move me to win the race by running the top. So all in all, a great race. Again, thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you, Ty. Congratulations, buddy. And real quick, I'm going to have you dig into the bucket there. We're going to pull the 50-50 ticket winner out of there. All right, I've got that. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your winner of the Bigley Senior 128, Ty Majeski. Ladies and gentlemen, check those 50-50 tickets. This is orange ticket 534984. Orange ticket 534984. If you have that ticket, bring it down here to me on the front straightaway. Orange ticket 534984. I've got $1,372 for you.
I'll hold the ticket. You do the next interview.
How's that sound?
Coming down here, my second place finisher, the 55, Michael Atwell. Michael, once again, I'm talking to you in the second position. I know it's not the position you wanted to be in, man, but what a great race. You left it all out there on the track, man.
Yeah, we never should have gave him the outside there. If we could roll the outside like we were doing, it didn't matter if he got to the inside unless he moved us, obviously. We could just keep the momentum up and keep the speed up. But we gave him the outside to get out there, and we got behind him, and once we got behind him, it was basically the nail in the coffin. There's oil pooled up on the front of the car from the oil coming out, and obviously that's not his fault. He's driving the piss out of it, and he did a hell of a job because we raced so many laps together and we didn't touch every lap. So I really appreciate that from him, obviously. I thought a lot of him before, but racing with him like that side by side means a lot, and he's got a lot of respect for me. We put it all out there, and that's all we had.
It was an awesome race. It was a great battle. And anybody you want to thank tonight, buddy?
Yeah, I couldn't do it without my car owners, Marty and Holly Walsh, for everything they do, coming to the track, letting us keep the cars at their house, helping foot the bills. I couldn't do it without them. Universal Transmissions, Drake Ready Mix, for everything they do, the best ready mix in the business. Castle Services, Alice Sweetwater's Bar and Grill, RS Concrete and Construction, my mom and dad, Big Fish, Chris Turner, and just everybody that helps out on this team. We couldn't do it without them. We couldn't do it without the fans here. Hopefully you guys are going to be able to come back out here. Hopefully they don't shut us down. But thank you guys for a huge weekend. We really appreciate all the support, and hopefully we get to see you again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, finishing second tonight, the 55, Michael Atwell.
Michael Goddard, come on.
What? Oh, my goodness gracious. What's your name?
Nicole Sadler.
Where are you from?
Naples, but I live in South Carolina.
And it's really good seeing you. Congratulations. That is the winning ticket. That's the winning money. $1,372.
It's amazing.
Thank you for playing.
Here supporting my son, Michael Goddard.
And proud mama she is. Good run tonight. Coming back here, my third place finisher, the 14, Austin Nason. And Austin, man, what a great run for you guys. I know you'd rather been up there, but way to come back there in the end, buddy.
Yeah, we had a fast car there at the beginning. We drove from 14th to, I think, 4th or 3rd there. The thing was really good, and I think the stagger closed up a little bit on us, and that kind of made me search around this racetrack and kind of find a different groove. And once I found that, it kind of got us back there towards the front. We got lucky and got a caution there, and I could fire off good, and I was good about midway through a run. I just didn't have that initial speed, so we'll come back. We'll work on it again. This place is fun to race at.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can come back here and do it again, man. And no, it's a lot of people here getting you here. Anybody you want to thank tonight?
Yeah, first off, I got to thank the wife. She puts up with a lot of racing. I'll be gone again next week at the Derby. So first most, thank her. All the sponsors, the crew guys, they busted their butts the last 2 days getting me tuned up. I was real picky about it. But the sponsors, Petrie, Haas Builders, Car Corner, Rock Valley Painting, Loves Park Motorsports, Performance Parts Supplies, Crazy Times, it wouldn't be possible without them.
Man, thank you so much for coming down here and putting on a show, buddy.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Finishing third tonight, the number 14, Austin Nason. Here, you can have this.
Oh, you're all done with it now, huh?
No.
Well, fans, I know you had a good time. That was an awesome show we got to witness right there. I hope all of you make it home safely and you come back and see us next week. We're going to be out here with the BG Products Southern Sprint Car Shootout Series once again back here at the 417 Southern Speedway. Jason, you got anything you want to let these fans know before we roll out?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned on Facebook. Follow what's going on here at the track and help out any way that you can. There is a petition floating around out there on Facebook. You can go to my Facebook and find it. Just go to Jason Beckner on Facebook. Ann Golden, she's got it on hers. She's been pushing it quite a bit, and every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. But I tell you what, this track has got a lot of history. We've been building on it for many, many years, and we want to build on it for many, many more. And thank you, everybody, for coming out here tonight and supporting this place. Support your local short track. Support it. No matter what part of the country you're in, if you can make it out to a Saturday night short track somewhere, you do it. This is racing. We love it. We love going in circles. We love the camaraderie. We love just the sport. It's a great way to have a good time on a Saturday night and stay out of trouble, especially for your kids. So, I will sign off the normal way I always do. I'm your track announcer, Racing Jason, reminding you, please, keep the racetrack on the racetrack and the speed on the speedway. And we'll see you right here next Saturday night at the 4th.
Watch this one. The 1 to go signal's given, and Jim Bushy turns those pace lights off. It's almost time to see who's going to win the 2023 Solid Rock Carrier Thanksgiving Classic and walk out of here $15,000 richer.
We'll talk about strategy throughout the night of how you can get it done here to take home $15,000. This is it. This is the late model stock car feature for the Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic. Caden Honeycutt will start on the bottom. Josh Berry will start outside of row number 1. The green flag is in the air. Pretty good start throughout the field as we've got a race on for the lead. Josh Berry having to kind of soar up the racetrack a little bit there. Honeycutt keeps it down to the bottom, and what you'll see now is about 5 hard laps of racing, and then everybody will get single file and ride around just a little bit to see if they can just save and conserve these Hoosier F45 tires. It is Caden Honeycutt who's out to an early lead. It's Josh Berry second, Jared Fryer third, Brendan Queen fourth, Andrew Grady fifth, and everybody essentially in the top 15 has gotten single file. It still looks like a parking lot back here behind everything that's outside of the top 15. You got one car on pit road. That's Mason Baylor, who snuck into the back of the field and has had problems with the 05 all weekend long. And he didn't practice, he didn't qualify, so he's on pit road in the garage area. And looks like Deke McCaskill may be having some early problems here in that per year Ford Mustang. He's kind of fallen off the pace of the top 5. It's either that or he's really saving. And you see Jake Crum going to the top of the racetrack, and he flying around the outside. And, you know, we saw it in the limited late model race with Robert Arch. He felt like he had to get up front quickly. I think Jake Crum might be on that same strategy as, they thought about splitting Deke 3 wide there. Aaron Donnelly, Deke McCaskill, and it's Jake Crum who is working the outside of the racetrack in that Cherokee Solid Rock Carriers number 12 car. I think Deke right now is just kind of taking his lumps and saving because, Terry, there's nobody in short track racing better on the long run than Deke McCaskill.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And to hit on the 12 there of Jake Crum, not only is he an aggressive racer, he's an aggressive spotter as well. He will not sit back and just ride. Very, I'm not going to say hot-tempered, but, you know, the race fans on that are watching, they know, right? They understand. And you're right, Deke McCaskill, you can never count him out of a race. We talked about that in qualifying yesterday. Wherever he's sitting in the field, if we get a long green flag run, you best believe the 08 is going to be there at the very end of this one. When it's all said and done, you see the single file all the way back to Deke McCaskill. Him and the 00 fighting it out there. Chase Burrows looking to the outside lane.
Chase Burrow is from, King William, Virginia, driving for Sellers Racing, and they've got a lot of work to do here. And, Dean Shiflett kind of washed up in front of Deke McCaskill there, took the spot away, and not sure if Deke's got a problem with that car, Terry, or if he's just going to the back in a reasonable fashion. Try not to abuse these Hoosier F45s, because with these tires, if you use them up early, you don't get them back.
Yeah, there's no getting the rubber back. You see Katie Hedinger, she's on your field, won the fall brawl at Hickory not too long ago for the Carolina Pro Late Models, and look at that. Josh Berry goes back one spot. Caden Honeycutt taking the lead back here, and Caden Honeycutt's got a fast car. I mean, he showed that in qualifying. He showed it in practice, and you see the 05 there, Mason Bailey.
I think that might actually be Alex Clement in that car, which I think that's the normal car that Mason Bailey drives. So they've had problems all weekend long with that 05, no matter who's been driving it. So if there's any problem with your ticker, keep in mind we get what we've got, if that makes any sense, from the folks here in the scoring that do the best job that they can with what they've got. So the 05 back in the garage area once again, and tough break for a lot of these folks. Alex Fleming, by the way, is on the racetrack, so that is Mason Bailey in the garage area. So we got that all straightened out. In turns 3 and 4, you got a mess over there,
massive
Terry.
mess. Yeah, you got the 08 down there. That's going to be Garrett Bird. That's all in this fight. You see Chase Burrows. You see the 72 of Dean Shiflett. They're all in this together. The 12 down there, Jake Crum, is starting to fall back a little bit. Probably burn up his stuff, going to that outside lane, trying to make it work over Doug Barnes. You got the 31 of Aaron Donnelly. Everybody's single file until you get to the 45. Jonathan Finley going to the outside there of the number 1 of Andrew Grady, trying to make that pass happen. And Air Doug, here he comes. He said in the grandstands before in the pre-race that his mission was to go to the front and stay in the front. So far, so good, as he sits right outside the top 5.
Well, this race cannot be won early on, but it can be lost. There are drivers, by the way, at this racetrack that are trying to activate the traction compound in the 3rd lane. Clay Jones and Dylan Newsom, 2 of those guys that have raced with each other for a long time. You'll see them coming off of turn number 4 right there. They are cars trying to get into that traction compound and activate it. But up front, Josh Berry is still second, tracking Caden Honeycutt, and you just saw Jared Fryer lose a spot to Brendan Butterbean Queen, who is on his way to the front.
Finished second here 2 times for Butterbean Queen. He's looking to best that now and make himself a Thanksgiving Classic winner. He has 2 more spots and 230 laps to go to get it done. And hit your traction compound piece right there, it's starting to work. I don't know if you saw Clay Jones in the 1. He's held position. Not very often. We've seen that this weekend. The Chargers tried it last night, did not work. They're trying it again. The 44 of Dylan Newsom, he's kind of making some headway, but did he really have the speed in the car to make the headway in that 3rd lane But the one at Clay Jones, he's lost 2 spots, but he's still trying to get it working for later on in this race.
So here we go. Let's talk about some strategy as
Oh,
Josh
Honeycutt.
Berry takes the lead over Caden Honeycutt. Brendan Queen slots into second. Here comes Jonathan Finley to the bottom of the racetrack. He wants to take the 3rd spot away from Honeycutt. And, ooh, close there. But if we get 50 consecutive green flag laps at any point in this race, then race control will throw a caution flag to reset things. So it doesn't pay a whole lot to be leading at lap 50, but you've got some controlled cautions throughout this race. And there's Jared Fryer up into the traction compound a little bit in turns 3 and 4. So more and more drivers, as this race goes on, are kind of ventured up to see if anything's working up there. And you see Fryer trying to get around Dean Shiplett. Well, check that, he's trying to keep that spot, but you see him. He's got that right side in the traction compound through turns 3 and 4.
Jonathan Finley puts himself up to the P3 position, put Caden Honeycutt, the pole sitter, back to 4th, and Finley's looking for more as you see Doug Barnes getting right there to the 3rd place driver of Jared Fryer. He'll make that work, and a lot of drivers over the weekend kind of said that the right size in that traction compound's good. As there's the battle for second, Butterbean Queen and Jonathan Finley going at it. They go side by side into 3 and give that spot to the 45 because Queen just wants to slide back in front of Honeycutt to not lose any more positions.
So a couple of years ago, Josh Berry was in a position very similar to this, and at one point fell all the way back to 8th. Dave Moody, Alex Hayden, and myself all talking about it. Who went on to win that race? Josh Berry. If you lose some time in the early portions of this race, if you soar to the front early on in this race, you've got to save your race car because you've got 250 laps in this one. Only 29 have gone off on the scoreboard so far. As we continue to click laps away here, Ronnie Bassett Jr. is running dead last right now. John Cohen, Michael O'Brien, their strategy is clear. They are save. Jonathan Finley, he's not saving anything.
Nope.
He goes to the top of the racetrack, takes the lead away from Josh Berry. Jonathan Finley from Bristow, Virginia, to the point in that Ford, and he is now under attack for the moment from Josh Berry, but Berry will slip in behind.
Yeah, and polar opposite strategies across here. You see your top 7 as Honeycutt's going to look to the inside of Brendan Butterbean Queen there in that 03. A lot of fans for Brendan out here as Honeycutt puts that Mustang to the inside. You saw a little bit of smoke come out of the right hand of that car, and there comes the one of Andrew Grady. He'll put his nose into that one as well, and not going to make that pass happen. And now Honeycutt's going to get to the back bumper, and he's going to hound Josh Berry in that 62, and Josh goes up the racetrack and allows, here goes Caden, here goes Queen. They're going to drag a race down the back straightaway.
It's like same song, second verse in this race. Josh Berry leading early, but then here comes some guys from the middle of the pack. And you remember, Jonathan Finley started 12th in this race. We got 26 cars that have started this race here this afternoon. And so he has worked his way to get back to the front of this field. You saw Honeycutt get by Brendan Queen a second ago. But Josh Berry, just like he's done the last couple of years, taking his lumps early, he knows through all of this now NASCAR Xfinity experience, driving in relief for Hendrick Motorsports in the NASCAR Cup Series, it's just giving him more and more perspectives, but nothing, just about nobody can beat Josh Berry in a late model stock car. If you had to ask race fans, Terry, who do you want behind the wheel of the race car? Of the drivers here today, would you take Josh Berry or the field? Probably be a 50-50 split.
Absolutely, and you think about the past couple weeks, he went to run his first race with KHI at the Fall Brawl at Hickory. Dominated the first half, came down pit lane, made an adjustment, found something. Went out there, drove through the field. Goes to the South Carolina 400. Started on the outside front row. Sam Yarborough went in the locked-in 150 earlier in the year. Josh takes the lead, dominates early. Gets past Cade Brown, gets it done. Comes out here. We thought, when we looked at our timing and scoring, when he put his lap down, that's the pole. And then Caden Honeycutt comes out and sets it. So the fans and the people down there on pit lane, when you go to gauge them, you're like, who do you think is going to win this race? A lot of them did not say Josh Berry, shockingly enough. They said, I'm not putting my money on him. He's lost the past two. Like, the past two races he's run with this team, they have not clicked like you thought they would, Rodney Childress and him. And now, starting to do what Josh Berry knows how to do, and he knows this track like the back of his hand.
And then some of that's growing pains, right? Him and Rodney Childress for the NASCAR Cup Series, they've got to get used to working with each other at Stewart-Haas Racing. So taking some time here in late model stock cars to do so. Josh Berry under attack, like Terry just said at the moment, from Andrew Grady. As you see, here comes Jake Crum to the bottom of the racetrack. He wants that spot away from Jared Fryer. That's a battle for a spot inside the top 10, and Jake Crum will take it away. And now Crum eyeing Chase Burrow as they drive off of turn number 4. But it's like you talked about earlier, Jake Crum always one to watch when it comes to short track racing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of talent just on your screen right here alone. I mean, Doug Barnes going to the very end of this one, Queen right there, Grady trying to pull himself into this one, and the conservation mode that we're going to see in Cole Bruce in this one. We didn't really have to talk. We didn't talk much about Cole at all in this one. Dean Shiflett doing a good job just conserving. Not a whole lot of overly aggressive driving at the moment. Obviously, the intensity was ramped up before we even took the green flag. We didn't even get the cars started, and we had drama going on. We'll see if that transpires throughout the race, but so far, Jonathan Finley starting to catch the tail end of this field. That 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. Sitting back there, he's getting ready to go one lap down. He's got about a straightaway before Jonathan Finley puts to the back bumper.
Yeah, Ronnie Bassett Jr. out of Lexington, North Carolina, and that beats him retiring auto machine. He's probably the closest to going a lap down here. But how about Caden Honeycutt? He started to reel in Jonathan Finley here. We got a battle for the lead shaping up as they were, well, actually Honeycutt had a really bad exit to turn number 2. He lost about a car length to Finley. But everybody's single file around this racetrack, riding for now. People have stopped going up to that third groove, trying to play around with that traction compound. And that might tell the tale and be the end of the day for folks trying that traction compound. With 3 laps to go in this stage, I don't think anybody's at risk of going a lap down. I think Ronnie Bassett Jr., John Gowen, Michael O'Brien, they're doing exactly what they want to do. They're riding at this point. Somebody who's not necessarily riding at the moment, that's Fayetteville, North Carolina's Caden Honeycutt. He is trying to work his way around Jonathan Finley before the end of stage number 1.
Well, and he's right there. Yeah, he's going to peek to the outside, and that might be the first time we see a pass up in that second groove. He got to the fender, couldn't make that one happen, gets off the exit of the corner, and the exit of turn 2 has not been good for the 17 of Caden Honeycutt. Finley played very defensive there, got all the way down to the bottom. Lap 50 is now on the board. We should see the caution flag from Brandon Willard the moment the field all gets through. We're waiting on Ronnie Bassett Jr. in the 04. And then the yellow flag will wave as it's right there. And yes, there it is. Caution flag number 1 over Southern National.
This is a controlled caution, which in Southern National Motorsports Park terms means that if one car goes down pit road, that means that the field will be frozen for 4 laps. And then the laps start counting again.
Around the racetrack.
I'll introduce you to my friend George Gillette later on. Lights are out on Jim Bushy's pace car. It'll be Jonathan Finley, Josh Berry, your front row. It'll be Brendan Queen, Doug Barnes, row number 2, Andrew Grady, Chase Burrow on the 3rd row. Pace car is off, and we are set for stage number 2 of the Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic. It'll be Jonathan Finley that dives out to the lead. Josh Berry immediately heads to the bottom of the racetrack. Doug Barnes trying to do the same thing, couldn't get down there. Brendan Queen fills that hole, and he's all over the back bumper. Some contact with the back of Josh Berry's car in turn number 3. Queen had to check up. Barnes trying to take advantage of it in that second row, but the inside just so strong here at Southern National.
Not too sure Brendan was too happy with the fact Josh Berry cut down instantaneously when that restart happened. I mean, he went right across the nose of that 03 Toyota. You see that, the 11 went right into the inside, or the 31 went right to the inside of the 33 of Chase Burrows, and that was not.
Yeah, Aaron Donnelly letting Chase Burrow know he didn't appreciate that either. Those 2 Chevrolet drivers going at each other here. And early on, you can't let some of that emotion get to you, but you do see, we talk about drivers that made adjustments. Caden Honeycutt driving through the field. Adam Resnick and Dean Shiplett getting into it on the left side of your screen. Resnick will take that spot away. And so we talked about where drivers going to get racy here in stage 2, especially in the back half of the field. It sure looks like it.
Yeah, I think everybody that was watching at home when temper started flaring after the limited race and after the Southern Ground Pounders, I think they understood what we were going to see this afternoon. Once the adjustments was made, a lot of the drivers started to flip that switch and said, okay, I'm ready to go. And they definitely are ready to race here. As you take a look at what's going on your screen, you see the 08 there. That would be Deke McCaskill, who made some adjustments. He's trying to drive through this field, had a bad start, fell right through this field, and now he's making some moves. Ronnie Bassett Jr.'s in this one. He almost went a lap down. You take a look at this, nose to tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all within a second of one another.
But the good thing, if you're Jonathan Finley, is you're kind of the control car here. And that's what he wanted. Remember, he started 12th, made his way up to the lead about halfway through stage 1. And here in stage 2, if he wants to kind of back it down a little bit as the leader, he can kind of set the pace. Now here comes Brendan Queen to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll take second spot away from Josh Berry. And Andrew Grady trying to follow the hole that Brendan Queen punched on the inside of the racetrack. And looks like Queen will clear Berry off of turn number 4. Not by much, but he'll do it. Andrew Grady. And here comes Doug Barnes to the bottom of the racetrack on Josh Berry as well.
Yeah, Josh had his right side tires up top into that resin that sits in that third lane, and now he thinks twice of it. He actually starts to pinch just a little bit in turns 3 and 4, and he'll try to cut in front of Caden Honeycutt, who's on 2 tires, and it's not going to work. Here comes the 31 of Aaron Donnelly. He puts his nose up to the door. You talked about this when you were calling the race with Dave and Alex. You don't really have to worry if the driver of the 62 is going to fall back a little bit, because he'll figure it out in the latter part of this race. And he got uprooted a little bit by Queen, and Grady stuck his nose in there, and now you see the 14 going to the outside, so Jared Fryer.
Remember, Jared Fryer pitted under that caution, and so did Caden Honeycutt. Both of them putting on fresh, brand new left side tires. And you think maybe left side's not that big of an advantage? Well, maybe they are, because these guys have driven all the way through the field with those 2 new left side tires. You see the difference between Chase Burrow and the 00 and the speed all the way around the racetrack. And Caden Honeycutt shows a little something out the window to Jared Fryer as he got by him in turn number 1.
Saw just a little bit of smoke about a lap and a half ago from the front of the 17. Had to get on the brakes a little bit harder. That might have been what he was waving out the window for, because he had to miss that 14 of Fryer, and he smoked again there. I'm not sure if he's locking that up or if he has some type of rub there.
That's been happening all weekend long for Caden Honeycutt. Remember, Caden from Fayetteville, North Carolina. He's in the Meessemer Earthsea Racing Fayetteville Heating and Air Wind Site Development machine. And he has got, it's every time he hits the gas in the center of the corner, that's when that smoke comes out of the exhaust, which in this case is out of the right side of that race car.
He's on the back bumper of Doug Barnes, or YouTuber, as Michael Diaz says. You see the battle going on there with Deke McCaskill. I believe that would be the...
That's John Bohn in the 90 machine.
And Goen had a decent run not too long ago, and you see some of the drivers a little bit further in the field. There's Katie Hettinger in the 71, getting under the 05 there. I believe that's going to be Fleming. They're side by side there, and Katie being the first female driver to win in the Carolina Pro Late Model Series. And oh man, what a run there for the 31. Almost got Cole Bruce, almost took the 05 of Fleming around, but had to back off of it. The 44 of Dylan Newsom, he checked up real quick.
Josh Berry and Chase Burrow getting into it, along with Jared Fryer on the left side of your screen. Those two, for some reason, not too happy with each other at the moment as they dive it off into turn number 1. Josh Berry right in the tire tracks, and this is 7th. This is an important position for Josh Berry, because he told us through the years this is about as far back as you ever want to get. Position number 7. Anything past that, Kevin, you'll know I'm having a little bit of trouble. He's in that 7th spot, and you can tell he's turned up that aggression a little bit, trying to hold on to position number 7 in this line. It's Jonathan Finley leading here at Southern National. Brendan Queen is second. Andrew Grady is in third. Then you've got Doug Barnes Jr. in fourth, and Caden Honeycutt has fought his way into the top 5. You see on the left side of your screen some single file nose-to-tail action at second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth that you can all see. Now Finley hands into that shot as well, and you've got the 08 machine of Cody Bryant. He's all over the back bumper of Bradley McCaskill off of turn number 4. So there's action all over the racetrack. Here comes Jared Fryer to the bottom of the racetrack on Doug Barnes. A second ago, Honeycutt took that spot away, and now Jared Fryer trying to follow that hole through. So is Josh Berry in the 62.
Yeah, Fryer starting in the P3 positions, working his way back through the field. You got to think, Josh's buddy, Robert Arch, got it done back-to-back years, started 7th last year, started 8th this year, went up and got that win. I'm sure there's some, he's spotting for Josh. So what he learned there, he can figure it out. But look at the tire advantage. Now Caden's going to get to the back bumper of Andrew Grady. He's got Fryer up his tailpipes as well. There is a lot of action going on as Grady plays the defensive line, goes halfway down the front straightaway to block that run into turns 1 and 2. But the exit of 2 has been where the 17 of Honeycutt has made up so much time. 3 and 4, not so much. But if you can defend him into 1, you can stop his momentum as quickly as possible.
If you're just joining us here, Kevin Bullock alongside Terry Radford for the Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park. Thank you for watching us on Racing America. This one of the crown jewel late model stock car events of the year. Truett Miranda has got into the back of Cole Bruce off of turn number 2. And Miranda's got big-time damage on the front of that car. And Cole Bruce has got big-time damage to the rear of his Chevrolet. Truett Miranda from Concord. Cole Bruce from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And Bruce snatches it into gear and pulls away. Truett Miranda on pit road. Big damage to the right front fender of that 18 machine. Miranda looks like throws that car into gear. Make sure it gets stopped, and the crew goes to work trying to pull that right front fender away. Cole Bruce is now on pit road. He just got to the entrance of the pits, and big contact and a crash on lap number 88 of 250. And Cole Bruce, he takes the hard left-hand turn, well, at least for the moment, into his garage stall. They're starting to beat on the back bumper of that 31 machine, trying to get everything pinned back down in the back of that machine now, just kicking the thing.
That's
when you have no baseball bat, just kick it.
That's
your washing machine won't work, just kick it. And that's what Cole Bruce's folks are doing there, trying to get that right rear fender back lined up.
That's innovation. That's innovation at its finest here at Southern National, and that kind of transpired very, very awkwardly there for the 31 and the 18, as you see both in the side-by-side here, a different type of repairs. The 18 of Truett Miranda got underneath Cole Bruce. They just came together like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Couldn't get unstuck, and unfortunately for the 31 of Bruce, they're going to push it in. We'll take a look at the replay here on Racing America. They came across the line, and you see Truett Miranda kind of sort of got in the back bumper there just a little bit to say, hey, I'm here, and then got on the throttle a lot faster and had room, but just not a lot of room. And then up and around they go, and good for the one there of Clay Jones to not get involved in that incident. Clay not having the run that he necessarily wanted, but our caution flag number 2, and this is the first one for incident here in the late model stock race.
Well, they say in short track racing, if you can't hit somebody off the corner, where can you hit them? And in that situation, it just looked like Truett Miranda faster back to the gas than Cole Bruce was. Cole maybe suffering from a little bit of a tight condition there and couldn't get back to the gas the way that he wanted to in the center of the corner. Cole back on pit road, and all of these caution laps do count as far as we know at the moment. Well, actually, I think they just stopped counting them a second ago because Dowie Cox has got the green flag in his hand. Here comes Jonathan Finley leading the field down pit road. Brendan Queen will jump down pit road. So will Andrew Grady. Caden Honeycutt will come back to pit road. Chase Burrows on pit road. Doug Barnes is on pit road. Dean Shiflett comes down. Ronnie Bassett Jr. stays out. John Goins stays out. Adam Resnick will hit pit road. So will Aaron Donnelly. And Jake Crum, Dick McCaskill stays out. Dylan Newsom will stay on the racing surface. Bradley McCaskill will come back down pit road. Cody Bryant will come. Katie Hettinger will come. Clay Jones down the pit lane. Michael O'Brien will come down, and so will Garrett Burt. Cole Bruce already suffering damage. He'll stay on the racetrack. Truett Miranda stayed on the racetrack. Alex Fleming, the only other car to stay out. And I think everybody saw what happened after that first pit stop, Terry. They saw how Caden Honeycutt was able to work his way through the field with those new left side tires, and there's a bunch of left side tires going on some of these cars. Adam Resnick's putting on right side tires on the Furniture for Less machine out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. So there's varying. Katie Hettinger has put on new right side tires.
Some tape going on Caden Honeycutt's hood here. Not sure if he made contact with somebody. You see a little bit of damage right there to the right-hand side of that Mustang logo. So trying to hold that hood down. We saw that earlier on this afternoon with Robert Arch getting his hood buckled up. Caden probably just doesn't want the distraction of the air lifting it up. So duct tape has become their best friends here this afternoon. As you can see, even better picture here, thanks to our remote camera guy down there on the pit lane, bringing all the sights and sounds from these crews hard at work here. And our first caution for incident in this race. And so far, a lot of drivers making a ton of adjustments. You see the crews starting to have some words.
Well, I mean, it's been a very frustrating day for a lot of drivers. That's Cole Bruce's crew chatting with each other about what they can do with that race car. So you see Adam Resnick there getting the lug nuts bolted down and torqued on the right front of that machine since he's got new tires. And you got Clay Jones, his crew says he's ready to go. He can back out of his spot. Michael O'Brien's crew, they're putting Sunoco Racing fuel in the back of the 61 car.
There was a lot of fuel being added all the way down pit lane. I mean, you talked about fuel being an issue. We saw it last week in the South Carolina 400 where they actually ran out of fuel. we had some drivers run out and had to kick it back a little bit and bring everybody down to the pit lane, and not going to happen here. We have 160 laps to go, and all of the field practically minus, what do you say, about 5 or 6 stayed on the racetrack, the ones that wasn't involved in the caution?
Yeah, 6 cars that were not involved in the racing incident stayed on the racetrack. They were Jared Fryer, Josh Berry, Ronnie Bassett Jr., John Goen, Deke McCaskill, and Alex Fleming, all staying on the racetrack. Everybody else came down pit road. Still some cars down pit road. Dylan Newsom just came back down pit road. Aaron Donnelly, they're still putting Sunoco Racing fuel in the back of that car. Caution laps have not started counting yet. I think this is our last one.
I think it is as well. But you have to think there for a second, too. Ronnie Bassett Jr. came in on the competition caution at lap 50. So did Deke McCaskill. I believe Going did as well. So the only 2 theoretically.
Well, Jared Fryer hit pit road.
Yeah,
earlier.
so Jared Fryer. So
the
one
only
driver.
car that hasn't been on pit road so far is the 62 machine of Josh Berry. So.
And is this going to be a mistake? You have to think about this for a second. The communication level, it's brand new to him with this team at KHI. Did they make a mistake, or are they going to be willing to go 50 more green flag laps, potentially if we get another competition caution to bunch it back and then bring it down? Because half the field has already taken tires.
So let's flip that around. Maybe Josh Berry thinks his car is good enough to where he can save those tires for later on in the race. When you think about short track racing, on your regular Saturday night shows, oftentimes there's not a lot of strategy, right? You're going as hard as you can go for 35, 50, 75 laps. Here in the Thanksgiving Classic and some of these marquee events, there's a lot to think about as a crew chief on these race cars. As a race car driver, you put your plan together the night before, and you hope by lap 10 that's still the plan and it hasn't been completely thrown out the window. It's pretty clear that Josh Berry and the KHI crew, they've got something up their sleeve with those Hoosier Racing tires later on this afternoon. As you see the crowd shot here over in turns 1 and 2, some folks have got tents set up. They got the grills going. Some people just drove their trucks right up to the fence. They're sitting in their car, having a good time, and watching some of the best in late model stock car racing on the East Coast go at it here from Lucama, North Carolina, Southern National Motorsports Park. Kevin Bullock alongside Terry Radford, and we have got the cone out next time by to see who will go to the inside, who will go to the outside. Join in on the conversation with us, hashtag Southern National Motorsports Park, as well as, you can at Racing America too to let us know where you are watching.
Toby Christie, great rider out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been following along with us, and he's been writing it. The editor-in-chief for Racing in America and for TobyChristie.com, doing a fantastic job. I saw Blake McCandless was watching. Our Cars Tour announcer, I'm sure Eric Brennan's out there watching somewhere. He doesn't miss late model stock racing. There was more. You had Weaver was watching. There's a ton of great people, and Brian Murphy. I want to thank Tyler Cox. Actually, he watching the Thanksgiving Classic from Maine. Let's go, Caden Honeycutt. You join in on here. We got Brooke watching from Raleigh, North Carolina. So this weekend has been a lot of good racing, especially for the younger up-and-coming generations. A lot of potential, and absolutely right. Couldn't say it any better. This has been a weekend of the youth movement here at Southern National Motorsports Park.
I think some of these old wily veterans are going to have something to say about that later on this afternoon. Remember, you got Josh Berry, a longtime late model stock car driver. Got Deke McCaskill out there. Deke's getting a little bit older. Not getting any shorter, though. Deke McCaskill, he can go out there and dunk a basketball, no problem. But you're right, Butterbean Queen, Caden Honeycutt, some of these younger guys trying to make their name here at marquee events like this at Southern National Motorsports Park. Lights are out on the Solid Rock Carriers pace car. Jared Fryer chose the bottom. Ronnie Bassett Jr. goes to the top. Josh Berry, Deke McCaskill, row 2. John Goen, Brendan Queen, row 3. Green flag back in the air, and you're right, it's Ronnie Bassett Jr. After the contact, he jumps out in front of Jared Fryer. Fryer does pull through to second. Then you got a side-by-side battle on for third. McCaskill to the top. Josh Berry to the bottom. Queen right in the tire tracks with McCaskill going right behind Josh Berry. And they're side-by-side for that spot. Everybody trying to get back to single file here. And Deke McCaskill does slam the door on John Goen going into turn number 3.
You got a battle going on right outside, almost for the 10th place position. Caden Honeycutt under Jonathan Findlay. Those two drivers came down. They were running up front. Jonathan Findlay was your race leader here for a while, and now he's going to slot back just a little bit further in this field. And now we got a challenge for the race lead. Here comes the 14 of Fryer. He'll look to the inside of Ronnie Bassett Jr. He'll make that pass happen. Ronnie will slide back down into that second place position. And here comes Doug Barnes. Doug trying to get up there on Chase Burrows. He'll look to the inside in turns 3 and 4.
They're battling it out for position number 7 toward the back half or the midway through the top 10. Trouble for Jake Crum on the outside of turn number 2. Something has happened to that race car. Look at him. He's got his hand out the window, letting the field know that he's had a problem, and he is going to come to a stop on the racetrack, or is he trying to get off the racetrack? He's going to have to take that hard left-hand turn, but it's not going to be enough. Jake Crum out of power over in turn number 3. Looks like he'll have to join Adam Resnick and Mason Bailey in the garage area. Resnick just went in there a couple of moments ago as well, but problems for Jake Crum. 101 laps in, 149 to go. It's the Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park. Pace car on pit road. Green flag is back in the air. Deke McCaskill, Andrew Grady, 2 North Carolina drivers going at it here in Lucama, North Carolina. And Grady with a great run on the outside down the back straightaway. Can he clear Deke McCaskill? No, he cannot. Deke side by side using the bottom lane. It's Ford versus Chevrolet, and Deke McCaskill to the point. Grady will have to slide into second. Jonathan Findlay comes through for third. Katie Hettinger will slide into fourth. We hadn't called her name much today. Here she goes looking under Jonathan Findlay for P3.
Looking to make history here at Southern National, just like she did at Hickory Motor Speedway, sitting in the 4th place position. And Findlay led a bunch of laps early. Can he go do it again? He got a big stack up back here with the 1 machine. All the way back here, you got the 14 of Fryer. Queen's in this. Berry, Bassett Jr. You got the 41 in this one as well. Here comes Doug Barnes. He shoots the thing to the inside, almost clipped the apron. Chase Burrows to the 3rd lane. They're racing everywhere back here.
It's like somebody put a parachute into the back of Bradley McCaskill's car. Battle is on. Katie Hettinger goes to the top side of the racetrack around Jonathan Finley. She'll take the third spot away from Finley, and that's the move that Finley used earlier to take the lead in this race. He went to the top side of the racetrack and made the pass. This time had the favor return.
And here comes Caden Honeycutt. He's going to go to the outside lane and do the same thing the 71 did. Can he get it done? Not yet. And here comes Going. He'll look there, and, well, the 17 of Caden Honeycutt said, well, I'll go to the bottom. I'll make you want to get out of that groove because you think I'm going to ship you into the corner. He didn't. Finley doing it again. He pulls down, goes very defensive into the corner, and that battle for the fourth place position's not over yet when they go into 3.
Yeah, Caden Honeycutt hard on the binders there into turn number 3. He got on the brakes. He almost saw him standing on the brakes. He's diving down low again on Jonathan Finley. You see that white smoke that Terry was talking about earlier continue to puff out of the exhaust on the right side of that 17. You see Jared Fryer getting into it with Dean Shiflett. Dean Shiflett's been doing this a long time here in North Carolina late model stock car racing. He's losing a spot here to Jared Fryer. Here comes Brendan Queen to the bottom side on Honeycutt. He's tired of seeing that battle not go anywhere in front of him. The Hampton, Virginia driver diving to the bottom of Fayetteville, North Carolina's Caden Honeycutt. That's another spot for the Butterbean.
Yeah, Butterbean, he understood that you're going to have to go to that outside lane at some point in time, and here he goes on Jonathan Finley. He'll go to that second groove. He'll go wheel to wheel with him. Now put him about a bumper or so ahead, and he'll clear him down the front straightaway, and he'll go into turn 1, stay up in the 1.5 lane mark here at Southern National. Put Butterbean back to the top 4. It's the top 3 breakaway with the 03, chasing Katie Hettinger down for 3rd.
So right now, Jonathan Finley is that car on the left side of the interstate that's going 71 miles an hour in a 70, and they will not move. That's what Jonathan Finley is doing. That's why Katie Hettinger had to go to the outside. That's why Brendan Queen had to go to the outside. And that's why he is giving Caden Honeycutt fits. He just cannot find a way to get up under Jonathan Finley in that 45.
Well, at some point in time, Jared Fryer is going to get sick of it just like Butterbean did, and Josh Berry is going to get sick of it, and they're not going to be so nice than what Caden Honeycutt's been, and you see it there. Fryer, he looked to the inside for a second, took a peek, said, nope, just kidding. There might be a monster under there, and that would be the crash, and it's not going to happen. Caden went go, couldn't do it. Finley pinched him off the exit of the corner. Jonathan Finley is absolutely 100% right now being a menace to the back half of this field, in the top 5 is not having it as, Caden Honeycutt got right to the door.
Can't imagine how frustrated Honeycutt must be right now. He's lost 2 positions because of this exchange, and he tried to go to the outside of Finley. He just lost a spot to Jared Fryer. Here comes Ronnie Bassett Jr. to the bottom of the racetrack, and look at Fryer. He has to nose onto the apron, just missed clipping that left rear of Jonathan Finley, and you gotta believe that Jonathan Finley is wearing out the patience of Fryer, Bassett, and especially Caden Honeycutt.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, as you take a look at 3rd right here on your screen, Butterbean's going to the inside of Katie Hettinger there for that position. He'll get that one, put her back to the 4th place position, and you're absolutely right. Oh, look at Fryer, went to the outside. He's contact, he turned him. Jonathan Finley turned him. Shiplet goes around as well, and patience was over, and for some reason or another, Jonathan Finley got right into the side and turned the 14 of Jared Fryer.
So my dad always taught me growing up, Kevin, if you put yourself in a bad situation, bad things will probably happen to you. We are halfway through this race. We've still got another half to go, and Jonathan Finley in this situation put himself in a bad spot. He would not give up the inside of the racetrack, and because he wouldn't do that, and he was stubborn, he forced drivers behind him that were not on his agenda, that wanted to go quicker into exactly what you're going to see on our RA replay here. Finley there was contact there off of turn 4, so Fryer trying to take advantage of that, sent it for all he had. Finley had had enough and he was retaliating for the contact off of turn 4, and you saw Dean Shiflett get in the back of John going there, and Shiflett, the nose of that car, is all messed up. But there's the initial contact, and then when she got into turn number 1, this is a payback move right here, but for Jonathan Finley kind of scooting up the racetrack, he's a tire length up above that white line, and he and Jared Fryer go around in turn number 2. This is short track racing at its best here at Southern National Motorsports Park. We've seen it all today. The thrill of victory, crashes, fights. It has been a day here at Southern National, and we're only halfway done. You see Dean Shiflett's crew there, Terry Radford. They're going to work on the 72 machine. Dean out of Charborough, North Carolina, a longtime Ace Speedway competitor, Caraway Speedway guy, and that whole right front fender is shifted about 3 inches down on that car.
Yeah, and I don't understand why the 45 was mad at the 14 of Fryer for going to the outside lane or putting the bumper to him. You talked about it. You're going slower and trying to put everybody else on your agenda. You lost people's spots because they could not get around you because you refused to move. And when you do get moved up the racetrack, you send it in the corner. And for the second time today, we've seen, I'm going to say it, a stupid retaliation for no reason when you didn't need it, and he turned out to be the worst for the wear because the 14 only has a little bit of quarter panel damage, and he's got his hood ruffled up and could potentially have radiator issues in the 45. But at the end of the day, you can't put everybody on your agenda and think it's okay. As Shiflett's out of the car, I think his night's over.
Yeah, Shiflett's radiator is busted on the 72 machine. So Dean Shiflett, because of that contact in front of him, he had to get on the binders in a hurry and ran into the back of the 90 machine of John Goin, and the 72's day is done here at Southern National Motorsports Park. We have a caution out, and that means that the pit lane is open. Deke McCaskill has come down pit road. So is Katie Hedinger. So is Andrew Grady. Josh Berry is on pit road. John Goin is on pit road. So is Cody Bryant. So is Dylan Newsom. Truett Miranda will take another trip down pit road. So will Cole Bruce. So will Michael O'Brien, Alex Fleming, Jonathan Finley, and it looks like Jared Fryer is actually going to stay on the racetrack here. So there you go. Left side tires. Fresh Hoosier F45s going on the left rear of Deke McCaskill's machine. We've got 130 laps in, 120 to go. And Terry, this historically in this race is when business starts to pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, business has been picking up here for the better part of the last 50 laps. You see Josh putting tires on. You see drivers putting fuel in. Can't put fuel and tires in on the same stop. So drivers on ulterior strategies here, and scrolled through the X first for a little bit, and a lot of drivers agreed with what me and you just set up here. Landon Huffman being one of them, did not know what the 45 was doing in that situation. Made absolutely zero sense. And
got my buddy Mike Brooks tuned in to us here.
Got a lot of people tuned in.
Catch Mike on the radio and with the Connection Band. He's got a lot going on.
Absolutely.
And that's the brother of Winston, who was supervising the pit stop earlier for Josh Berry.
Yeah, I mean, short track racers across the world understands the frustration of the 14 of Fryer.
So, and they understand what Jonathan Finley was
trying
to do as well. But to relate it to the folks that are in the stands here, listening to us over our public address system, it's like you're going 80 and you're in the fast lane, and you come up on somebody that's going 71 and will not move, and you just keep running up on cars in the right-hand lane that are going 69. So you've got 71 in the left lane, 69 in the right lane, and you've got a 2-mile-an-hour difference between these two cars, and you just want to go down the road, and yet that person in the left-hand lane just wouldn't go. That person in the left lane was Jonathan Finley, and what you can't do on the road unless you want to call your local insurance agent, that's what just happened over in turn number 1.
Well, and like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, but unfortunately...
We'll send them a bill, don't worry.
Unfortunately, for the 45, he only got the Road Rage of the Year award, because instead of just conceding the spot to the 14 of Fryer, he ships him up the racetrack.
And that award, by the way, pays $0.
$0. It actually costs you money to get that award, as Jonathan is on pit lane right now with the passenger side up on that one, and all of these fans that were in the corners here in turns 3 and 4 didn't even get to see it all the way in turns 1 and 2. So good to see them out there. There's the 45 going up, and
they actually did a really good job running that car button back down.
That's a really good job. Hope he didn't do it again.
Yeah, some of that 100-mile-an-hour duct tape that you were talking about earlier on. That is one of the things that sells pretty well down there at the Howell Racing Products parts trailer, is that 100-mile-an-hour duct tape, especially when it comes time for the Thanksgiving Classic.
Well, and I hate to tell you, that we have 131 laps down and 119 to go. It'll be 118 when they cross the line here. Business will pick up in that final 100 laps. Did you see a little bit of damage right there? They can't get it all the way down. You see how it's shifted up there. You're not going to get all of that damage fixed if you're Jonathan Finley.
That
but
right front fender is broken.
Yes, and you can't move it.
Yeah, and so it's really hard. You have to have somebody holding it and somebody taping it up. So somebody's going to come away with both hands, tied up with some duct tape. It's not going to work. So they did the best they could with what they've got. Brendan Queen is your leader. Lonnie Bassett Jr. second. It is the 17 car. Our pole sitter, Caden Honeycutt, in third. Doug Barnes is fourth. Chase Burrow is fifth. And all of this is to come to the choose cone. A lot of strategies and moving parts in this race, but we are halfway done. And no, we have not yet turned on the lights here at Southern National Motorsports Park on a cloudy afternoon in Lucama, North Carolina, where currently we're at around the low 40s. We're trying to get to the mid 50s, and you see people bundled up. I don't know if it's as cold as it was last night.
No.
But it's a little bit of an uptick from a night ago, but it's still plenty chilly out here for these race fans.
Last night was the coldest I've ever been at a racetrack. Not because it was just cold. It was windy cold, and it felt wet outside. You walked outside, and it was like, no, I'm good. I'm going back in. And,
why do you think you were doing Victory Lane interviews?
That makes sense.
And I was up here with the heat on.
Yeah. Well, the good part about it is the wonderful crew here at Southern National gave me a hoodie to wear, so I didn't look like an idiot down there. I am an idiot,
Are
but
you sure?
I didn't look like one.
You're sure you didn't look like one down there? You think the hoodie made any difference whatsoever?
The producer came in the ear and said the hoodie didn't make a
the
difference.
Mullet, the cowboy boots, none of that mattered here?
I have a nice pair of britches and a nice pair of boots
The fact that you haven't seen a razor since 1999?
I like the hippie bum look, okay? We're rolling with it. Butterbean takes the bottom. Honeycutt, Doug Barnes. You got the 31 of Aaron Donnelly in there as well. Takes that bottom. You see the 04 Ronnie Bassett Jr., the 00 of Chase Burrows. And you got the 1. That's going to be Clay Jones. It'll take that. That's your first 3 rows. When we take the green flag here, we'll take the 1 to go.
So you got Butterbean on the inside, Ronnie Bassett Jr. to the outside. So much different levels of experience here. Ronnie Bassett Jr., NASCAR Xfinity Series experience, USAR Hooters Pro Cup Series experience. And then you got Brendan Queen, done so well at Langley Speedway. And I mean, you got to watch him because he is so good, especially in these marquee events. Twice here, second place in the Thanksgiving Classic. Jim Bushy takes that hard left-hand turn in the Solid Rock Carriers. Pace car and Brandon Willard has the green flag in his hand.
Oh, what a
trouble!
stack up.
Chase Burrow didn't go. Chase Burrow
my
didn't
gosh.
go, and we've got a demolition derby
Oh,
in
and Deke
turn number
McCaskill.
1. Some guy was sitting on the wall down there and nearly died because Deke McCaskill pounded the wall right there in front of him.
Goings.
Garrett Bird. Chase Burrow looked like he missed a shift. Katie Hettinger is involved. Jake Crum is involved. Alex Fleming is destroyed over in turn number 1. Andrew Grady has got damage. And all of John Goin, the entire right side of that machine is torn slam off of that race car.
He walked the wall.
His radiator is laid backwards towards the air filter. All of our track officials going in a hurry to make sure that everybody's okay. Andrew Grady's got his window net down. You see John Goin climb out of his race car in the red number 90 machine. Alex Fleming has got his window net down. They're checking on Deke McCaskill, who after all the outside wall contact, he hit the inside wall as well, and the 8 machine of Garrett Bird is down there as well. Katie Hettinger is coming down the front stretch pit road. The front end of that Chevrolet is destroyed, and we are under a red flag condition here at Southern National Motorsports Park.
Well, Deke McCaskill hit the wall a ton when he came down and hit the inside wall. The outside wall got rolled. I mean, he absolutely drove up and over another machine, that being of going there in the number 90. And we've seen a car in the catch fence already. We almost saw number 2 in the same weekend, but this time on the front straightaway as the restart gone wrong. And this just shook this entire field upside down because a lot of fast cars. You see Crum there, got drugged. You see crew people running down. We had to clear the way for Jim Bushy to even get the pace car off of the pit lane, and the drivers are, most of them are out of their car from what we can see from our vantage point high up top.
So Jake
Southern
Crum,
National.
yeah, Jake Crum is on pit road. They've got the whole front end of that car was ripped away. He's already in his garage stall. Katie Hettinger, she's already in her garage stall. You see Michael Diaz there trying to help Alex Fleming, a longtime competitor here at Wake County Speedway at Southern National Motorsports Park, trying to help him get his fire suit off here and get that situated. Michael and Mason Diaz down there trying to find a way to get everybody cleared off of the racetrack.
See
here,
going, walking down to the pit lane there. He got out of that car and kind of just stood there for a second assessing the damage of what he could tell to relay back to his crew. And wow, a restart gone wrong here. I mean, that all started with they're playing games on the restart there. The leader went, second didn't want to go, and I would almost be positive when we look at the replay, it all started with the 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. there, who tried to jump it, backed up a little bit, and that just took 5 cars.
And then that happened, and it looked like Chase Burrow may have missed a shift there. Clay Jones has got some damage from this incident. Chase Burrow, his front, the hood of the 00 is bowed up a little bit, plus all of that contact to the back of that machine as well.
Well, don't forget Chase Jones either. He's over there, or Clay Jones in the 1. You see, he's missing part of the driver's side of that one. It's bowed completely up. He's missing the fender weld, and he got to the back bumper of the 4, and he's pushed in a little bit. There's a ton of damage to go around, and we talked about tape being a big factor in this one. For these drivers, tape isn't going to fix it, but for the ones who are still in this competition to win the money, they've got a chance.
Yeah, the turnkey machining Chevrolet of Alex Fleming. He is done for the day, gives the thumbs up to some of his folks at the fence asking if he's okay. Alex is okay. He's out of the race car. As far as we know, everybody is okay from this incident. And Alex may have banged his hand up just a little bit, but other than that, you saw John Bohn walk away. You saw trying to get some guys from out of the inside like Garrett Bird, Deke McCaskill. They're kind of stuck on the inside up against the wall over there. And one of the scariest aspects of what we saw with Deke's incident was that there was a guy sitting on the wall.
Yes. Yes.
Right, and that car
went right in it.
I don't know how the nose of Deke's car didn't hit this guy. They tell you at short tracks every week, do not sit on the wall. It's every single week.
Here's the replay
here.
we
take a look at this replay.
It all started. It starts here with the 04. And I'm not sure if he spun the tires or missed the shift, but you're absolutely 100% correct. You see the 00 right here of Chase Burrows. Yes, so the 4 backs off a little bit. The 00 misses it, and then bam, and everybody just starts piling up into here. How Josh Berry got through this was an absolute miracle. I mean, if he got touched, I'm shocked, but look at the side there with Deke.
So look at all this debris. There's debris flying everywhere, Terry. Those are paint chips. Those are pieces.
It's all down the front straightaway.
Carbon fiber. You're right. It's everywhere. You saw Jake Crum was late to the action, getting involved in that accident. Jonathan Finley checked up in time. Josh Berry was able to miss some contact. But it all started with Ronnie Bassett Jr., Chase Burrow, and then everything just compiled from there. Garrett Bird hit the wall hard a ton on the inside wall. You saw John Goins' whole front fender dragging down the racetrack.
See if we can see the Deke McCaskill incident here. Look at that on the wall, and bam! And it did. It knocked him completely over. He fell right on his butt, and Not sure we have the ambulance down there in turns 1 and 2, still attending to the cars that have come to a complete stop. You see the 8 and the 08. Good bit of damage to the 08 of Deke McCaskill, who was having a great run here.
So Garrett Bird, remember, he hit the inside wall in the entrance of turn number 1. Then he had no control of his race car, came around and hit Deke McCaskill, who was sitting there on the inside. So what a tough break for a lot of, like you said, Terry, incredibly competitive cars. And they are out of the race here. Deke McCaskill going to be done for the day. Garrett Bird's going to be done. John Bohn is out of this race now. Alex Fleming is done for the day. And you wonder, probably Jake Crum probably done for the day as well.
Katie Hettinger's out of the car. She's done for the day.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Andrew Grady in a minute. He's in his garage stall. They're peeling the Gildan hood off of that ABC hosiery machine. So we lost a lot of good cars that had the potential to win this thing. And how about the cars that are still on the racetrack?
That had damage. Chase Burrows.
Chase Burrows got his whole right rear hanging off of that car. You talked about Clay Jones as well. And you see Alex Fleming on your screen at home, the Mid-Atlantic Record Crew, tending to that turnkey machining Chevrolet. Alex, of course, based out of Gardner, North Carolina. And just a tough break for a long time. Former super late model competitor for Alex, and now the late model stock car guy is helping Carson Hayslip. See Katie Hettinger, she's done for the day. She's out of her race car.
And she's had a tough season across. In the Cars Tour, had a couple bad finishes there, but ended up finishing second in the points in the pro late models. Has a lot of talent, backed by Chevrolet, and they talked about it yesterday. Not a bad backing there in the late model world, but wow, there is a.
That was a demolition derby.
That was huge. I mean, the replay
Racing
again.
America, we're taking another look at the replay, and maybe it was Ronnie Bassett Jr. that either spun tires or, like you were talking about, maybe playing some games there, but Deke McCaskill sliding across the racetrack, nowhere for Garrett Bird to go. And how about Josh Berry?
That was huge.
Scooting right through there. Michael O'Brien missed that without any more damage. Jared Fryer snuck through there. Jonathan Finley snuck through there with no damage. The outside line there was not the place to be on that restart. And very seldom here. Andrew Grady's car, Katie Hettinger hit Andrew so hard it picked the back of his car up off the ground. And Alex Fleming, the one that spent the most time in the air, first the left side was in the air, then he got kind of pinned up against the wall and the right side went into the air. All of this while Jake Crum was pile driving him on the back deck lid.
And for the drivers who were able to get through that, they pulled a little Brooks and Dunn, some boot, scoot, and buggy. They were able to make the tiniest holes big, and look at that. You see him up in the air,
lifted up 6 inches off the ground there by Hettinger.
And he was skidding the front 2 tires while he was at it, and then you just see more carnage start to pull in. There's Crum. He's about 20 feet away from the wreck and still managed to get in it.
So here's how it worked for the race fans here at the racetrack that aren't seeing the replays that we're seeing. Every car in the outside lane, besides the first car, Ronnie Bassett Jr., essentially got destroyed on that restart. And that is why you have the choose, right? You take the risk of going to the outside, and it's your risk to take as a race car driver, because in that outside lane, you have nowhere to go. On the inside of the racetrack, you can turn to the left. There's asphalt down there on this front straightaway. In that outside lane, you're going for all that you've got, because you know, Terry, that you've got to fight your way to the bottom of the racetrack. You've got to get the jump on that inside guy, and we have seen it for years and years at Southern National. If you spin those tires, if you play some games on the outside of the racetrack, bad things can happen, and that is what we just saw here at Southern National Motorsports Park. You see Andrew Grady, the Youngsville, North Carolina driver, driving for Mike Darn Racing. Looks like they're going to be done for the day as well. Not a big time hurry to work on that machine. And you know, Andrew drove for Mitchell Motorsports earlier this year, trying to try a little something different. You see Katie Hettinger out of her race car. Katie driving, got a Billy Banks Racing engine under that Reynolds chassis for Hettinger Racing. And Team Chevrolet, of course, adoring that race car. And the front and the back of the 71, both ends got it on that restart. And just a tough break for everybody that was on that outside lane. Alex Fleming's car still stuck on the top side of the racetrack. Deacon McCaskill's car is also stopped. We think all drivers are okay in this incident. Everybody is out of their race car.
Yeah, they got the track cleanup over there. You see them got the fluid going here. And while we are under the red flag here, just want to tell all the fans in attendance and the fans watching on Racing America, if you hadn't already, be sure to go over to racingamerica.tv and purchase your coverage for next weekend's 56th annual Snowball Derby at Five Flag Speedway. You can purchase Friday, Saturday, or Sunday coverage individually, or you can purchase all access passes. You can get all 3 days at a savings of $25. That's the Snowball Derby, all next weekend, only on racingamerica.tv, and you can purchase your subscription today to racingamerica.tv and catch all of the action. It's your virtual ticket to over 200 short track races across the country. And the best part is, you're supporting short track racers from the comfort of your own home. They kick off their coverage in the 2024 season at Dillon Motor Speedway, January 5th through the 7th for the 14th annual New Year's Bash. The Bash features street stocks and much more. That's January 5th through the 7th at Dillon Motor Speedway, or you can watch only on racingamerica.com. Still under the red flag here as the cleanup continues. We're gonna step aside momentarily. You're watching the Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic live from the Southern National Motorsports Park. Here you see Mason rolling. We're starting to see Jim Bushy take off in the Solid Rock Carriers, the Charger there.
Dodge Charger.
So we're gonna get ready to go, and we'll go back green flag racing, but still keep your thoughts and prayers out there.
And Deke was awake.
Yes, he was still alert.
Deke was alert as they loaded him into the back of the ambulance. He had his hands on his own hip. So maybe that leads you to believe maybe a concussion-like type of thing or something like that.
Precautionary checkup to make sure nothing else.
So remember, we're on 1 to go. No pace laps here. So Jim Bushy will take the hard left-hand turn in that Solid Rock Carriers pace car. Green flag is back in the air. Chase Burrow on the outside. Brendan Queen on the inside. Queen will take the lead. Burrow will try to slot back in the second, but here comes Caden Honeycutt to the bottom of the racetrack. He wants that second spot away from Burrow. Burrow kind of juiced it up off of turn 4 over there. A little bit of contact between those two down the front straightaway. If they didn't touch, it was close. Honeycutt to second, and here comes Doug Barnes. He wants the third spot.
Well, Burrows, the lap before when Caden looked to the inside in 3, he pushed him down to the bump on the apron, and I'm sure Caden was none too pleased that the damage 00. I would put him in that predicament, but here comes Doug Barnes. He moves himself up to third. Here comes the 14 car. That's Jared Fryer, who has come back from Jonathan Finley's incident with him, and he's back up to the 4th place position. And, well, everybody making contact so far.
Trouble. Dylan Newsom and Josh Berry get together in the middle of turns number 1 and 2. Newsom got into that left rear of, Newsom got into the left rear of Berry. Now Berry with the crossover, and he got off of turn number 4. Josh Berry with the save of the weekend so far in the late model stock car race. He probably should have ended up planted in the turn 2 wall.
And I thought there for a second he was going to send Dylan Newsom right back when he got back underneath him, but no harm, no foul. Josh rolls in, slots himself in that position. It doesn't really want to tear his chances up of winning $15,000 here this afternoon. You see Clay Jones get under the 44 machine of Dylan Newsom. He'll get that spot. And you got the, I believe that's the 61 back there as well. Michael O'Brien starting to make up some passes. There's Ronnie Bassett Jr. was in that shot as well, coming back after that issue. Was supposed to start second. There's Josh Berry once again trying to get the spot now on Aaron Donnelly.
Yeah, so Aaron Donnelly running in position number 6, and that's what Josh Berry wants. He'll take that 6th spot away from Aaron Donnelly, and now here we go. Josh Berry gonna have to march his way to the front, Terry, because he got himself on that last pit stop kind of pinned back in the field a little bit, and Jonathan Finley gonna have to try to come back to the front as well. So 2 cars that were fast in the early going, and Ronnie Bassett Jr., he seems to be back up to full song, even though him and Dylan Newsom getting into it off of turn number 2.
Yeah, but the guy on a mission right at the moment, the 03 of Butterbean Queen, he stepped out big time on this field, about 20 car lengths or so over Caden Honeycutt in the second place position. You see Finley on your screen trying to, and I mean absolutely trying. Not Garrett, that would be the Cody Bryant machine that's there. And now you see Doug Barnes in the 17 of Honeycutt. You see the gap between them from our top side camera. And there's Jonathan Finley. He's looking underneath. There's more contact. He's on the apron.
Here comes Jonathan Finley to the bottom of the racetrack on Cody Bryant. They come off of turn number 2, and Finley will take that spot away. That was the battle for 7th, and it is over. Put Finley up to 7th, move Bryant back to 8th. Here comes Clay Jones in the number 1 machine. Got the left front fender knocked off of that car. Hood flapping in the wind like the American flag out there, but he's still making speed in the 1.
Yeah, Durham, North Carolina driver of Clay Jones from Markham Enterprise. Doing a good job, gets underneath, and hey, you don't need a fender here. You got a 1 on the side of it, means you're the best, right? Kind of works, but we're about to see a battle for P2 as there it goes right there on the screen. We spoke it into existence. Doug Barnes gets to the back bumper of the 17 of Caden Honeycutt, and 2 drivers that know one another very, very well. They race together quite often in these cars.
2 young guys trying to make a name for themselves as well. And so Honeycutt sat on the pole for this race, hasn't proven in this segment that he has got what it takes to stay up with our leader, Brendan Queen. And so now Doug Barnes says, I think I can take that second spot away from you. And here he goes, trying to set him up on the entrance of turn number 3. Has to tuck him behind him through 3 and 4.
Yeah, don't look now, too. Here comes Jared Fryer. He's going back into this. Started P3 on the day. Obviously has a fast race car. Got caught up in some incidents where the car that he caught the incident with is about a straightaway away. As there goes Doug Barnes to the inside. Oh, they could probably put a piece of paper between them in the center of 3 and 4. He's right there. Oh, contacts made going into 1. Here comes Fryer as well. They're nose to tail and side by side, and Burrows joins the action.
This is why you don't try to let somebody go on the inside. Old Bristol, old Martinsville, once you get stuck on the high side of the racetrack, you are in a lot of trouble. And you just saw Caden Honeycutt go from 2nd to outside of the top 5.
And now he's got the driver that he could not uproot off the bottom. That's Jonathan Finley, who's going to look to the inside now, and he'll take that 45 machine, put himself up to the 6th place position, and Caden Honeycutt sliding back ever so slightly. Got caught up there to the outside by trying to let Doug Barnes go. And now, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, right on top of one another at the moment. And here comes Clay Jones as well. He'll look to the inside of Honeycutt.
Yeah, here comes Clay Jones, and he gets around Caden Honeycutt. And Caden Honeycutt cannot wait for the next caution. As we always talk about, the key, don't be the caution. That's what Honeycutt is trying to avoid here. The one guy that's really loving this is Brendan Butterbean Queen out of Chesapeake, Virginia, driving for Lee Pulliam Performance today. I talked to Lee before the race, and he said, I think we got a pretty good piece. He's showing that that's true. You got Bradley McCaskill on your screen, Ronnie Bassett Jr. He's trying to make up some time, trying to get around Bradley McCaskill. And remember, Bradley had that incident with Ryan Joyner in the limited late model race. Here we go, Jonathan Finley and Jared Fryer. They've already ran into each other one time today. And now Finley to the back of Fryer. Fryer may have a little bit of smoke coming out of that Ford Mustang in the 14.
Yeah, looks like we saw it there. There's Doug Barnes getting chased down by Chase Burrow. No pun intended on the chase there. Josh sitting there in that 5th place position, cracked myself up. Now he's going to get passed by Jonathan Finley. Move Finley up now to that 4th place spot. So the 45 going to 4th. Josh gets back to the back bumper. Might have got used up a little bit there by the 45. He's done that twice so far in this race. And you don't necessarily want to make a Tennessean man.
Yeah, Jonathan Finley living dangerously here at Southern National Motorsports Park. Don't forget, a year ago, he got to know Daniel Buncannon a little bit better over there in turn number 4. You see the 18 of Truett Miranda just entered pit road in your TV shot there. Not been the day for Truett on pit road.
Newsom's coming in too.
Battle is on for position number 2. Here comes Chase Burrow to the back bumper of Doug Barnes, tracking that 88 car. Here comes Chase Burrow for position number 2.
he's going to get it. He'll get it easily. And now here comes Finley. He put it in there, couldn't get it to stick. He will off the exit of the corner because Doug Barnes could not get the throttle at all. Put the 45 now into that third place position. And now Josh Berry looks to the inside of Doug Barnes. 80 laps to go.
Josh Berry and Jonathan Finley from the back to the front after their last restart. So it's Brendan Queen, Chase Burrow, Jonathan Finley, Josh Berry, Doug Barnes is your top 5. But you talk about some guys that are losing some time here. Ronnie Bassett Jr. was just able to get around Caden Honeycutt. Honeycutt free-falling through this field, Terry Radford.
He absolutely is. Whatever adjustments or whatever the track conditions have changed, it has changed the balance of the 17. And look at that. Battle for second. Wasn't a battle for long. Jonathan Finley moved him up, and we saw this earlier. He gets to the outside. He made the pass, took the race lead, and now all of a sudden, here he goes. And now here comes Clay Jones passing Doug Barnes. That right there is for the 5th place position. So top 5 run now for the 1.
What is it that our friends Steve Post and Alex Hayden say on the Motor Racing Network? Comers and goers. Yep. We're seeing the comers in the form of Jonathan Finley and the form of Josh Berry, and we are seeing the goers, Caden Honeycutt and Doug Barnes. Some folks are strong with the 75 laps to go. Some folks are losing some time. Brendan Queen is out front. Jonathan Finley is now second. Chase Burrow back to third. Josh Berry is in fourth. Jared Fryer is fifth. Clay Jones is sixth. Doug Barnes is in the 7th spot. Bonnie Bassett Jr. is 8th. Bradley McCaskill is 9th. And Cody Bryant rounds out your top 10 runners. Keep that in mind. Put that in the back of your mind. With 75 laps to go, that is your top 10 here at the Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park.
I want to give a big shout out to my colleague over at iRacing, James Pike, for tuning in. One of the great voices of the Cars Tour. He sees a lot of these drivers around here. I'm sure Blake McCandless is somewhere watching as well, along with Eric Brennan. That whole crew over there just does a phenomenal job. Most of these drivers coming out of that series, refreshing to see them come out here and make a bigger name for themselves on a marquee stage like the Thanksgiving Classic. You got Clay Jones, you got Jared Fryer on your screen, you got the 31 of Aaron Donnelly in this one, the Stafford, Virginia driver. Doug Barnes is going to get by there. There is a single file train, but there's a lot of action that's balancing in between this. As now you're going to take a look at the battle for P3. Josh Berry wants it. Chase Burrow has it.
Yeah, Josh Berry trying to come on late in this race. Chase Burrow starting to slip a little bit. You were talking about Aaron Donnelly a second ago. He just went a lap down. He's a former winner here at Southern National Motorsports Park. So there's a lot of good cars that are struggling. There's a lot of good cars that are coming to the front. Aaron Donnelly, Chase Burrow starting to just skate across this ever-aging surface here at Southern National Motorsports Park. Jared Fryer and Clay Jones getting into it on the right side of your screen. Chase Burrow, Josh Berry on the left side of your screen. You were talking about Eric, James, and Blake. Some of the best announcers in short track racing, hands down.
Oh, easily. And the thing we really haven't talked about is the changing track conditions and the temperature here. Didn't have a whole lot of rubber going on to this one. We had the Southern Ground Pounders, while it was still misting outside, went and laid some laps down after we, drug the tire. That didn't lay a lot of rubber, Kevin. Not a whole lot went into this racetrack, but now all of a sudden, you are starting to see very distinctly into the entry of 3, in the middle of 4. You got 1 and 2 starting to darken up a little bit. Not looking like our sealer up top or our PJ1 that sits in the 3rd lane, but that bottom rubber could have played a factor in why Doug Barnes and Caden Honeycutt have slipped back and completely lost the handle of their race cars.
And we did have some drivers early on in this race try to get up into that PJ1 traction compound. Clay Jones and Dylan Newsom were both up there trying to activate it. No go there. As did you just see?
Caden Honeycutt's a lap down.
Just went a lap down. So did our track champion, Michael O'Brien. Brendan Queen right now taking no prisoners at the front of this field. No traction compound needed for the 03.
No, none at all. And the thing is, how many times has he had to finish second here? I think he's sick of being the bridesmaid, never the bride. I talked to him Friday when I walked into the racetrack, and he said one thing: my only goal is to win. I don't care about second. I don't want to care about third. I want the trophy. I want the check. and he wants to put this on his resume as a Thanksgiving Classic winner.
Are you trying to say that Brendan Queen wants to be the husband and not the best man?
That's right.
Okay.
He wants to be the one standing at the altar. He wants to be the one in Solid Rock Carrier's victory lane here at the end of this one. And whatever he found in that car, Kevin, whenever he came down pit lane the last time, it has worked wonders. The sun gone.
Josh Berry trying to take third again. They came upon the lap car of Caden Honeycutt, who is just skating across this racetrack. He's got nothing left to fight with in that 17 machine. Chase Burrows still holding on to position number 3. Josh Berry is in 4th, and another car that's under threat of going a lap down, it's going to be Doug Barnes here in not too long. They're on the same straightaway with the leaders, Cody Bryant, Bradley McCaskill, Cole Bruce at threat of going another lap down. There are some really good cars with 61 laps to go that are really struggling in this race.
But don't look now. They're on the same straightaway. It's about 10 to 15 car lengths are separating Butterbean Queen and Jonathan Delaney. You know how aggressive Jonathan Delaney has been thus far in this race, and Butterbean caught up by the traffic. The 08 there of Cody Bryant's kind of slowed him up a little bit. 3 wide. Oh, contact. Oh, and around he goes. The 31 slides up the track and he spins it out. That was contact with the 08 and the 03 through the 31 up the racetrack.
It's hard to blame Cody Bryant for what just happened. He's trying his best to stay on the lead lap. Cole Bruce, who is already multiple laps down from an incident earlier in the day, he was the car that was hung out to dry in that top lane. Backs it into the outside, and the caution flag flies with 58 laps to go. And I got a feeling right here, Terry Radford, if you got some right side tires,
send them
in the pits, you better bolt those bad boys on right now, because business is about to pick up. We've got Brendan Queen out front, who was in that incident, kind of pushing the 08 machine of Cody Bryant up the racetrack, and Cole Bruce just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Bradley McCaskill got lucky there. He got an opportunity also to stay out under and on the lead lap of this race.
Well, and Butterbean wanted to get there, and we'll have to see what our race officials and our race director says about that when he went to the apron to try to make that pass on Cody Bryant. You kind of have to feel bad for Cole Bruce in that situation. He's already been swept up in an incident here this afternoon, and to get caught up in something that had nothing of your own volition. He was just there minding his business. He was off the pace a little bit, trying to get out of the way in that third groove, and he did everything but back that into the wall. Good on Cole Bruce of getting it done, but the red flag is still at the end of pit lane, so we're not opening it yet. Brandon Willard waves that caution flag once again.
A lot of cars already out of this race. Dylan Newsom in the garage area, Truett Miranda, Jake Crum, Katie Hettinger, Alex Fleming, Nick McCaskill, all drivers that are out of the race, along with Andrew Grady, Garrett Bird, John Golan, Dean Shiplett, Adam Resnick, and Mason Bailey. We've had some big-time casualties in this race today, Terry.
That we have, and it has been drivers that we did not expect to be swept up in an incident here, and drivers who have been up front majority of this. When you take a look at the speed shot here, pit lane is now open, and Kevin called it right on the money. Lottie-dottie, everybody comes down the pit lane, and if they've got Hoosier tires, they're getting moved. You see the 2 tires getting moved on every single one of them. The Jack's getting ready to come out and get under these cars. You see Finley. You see Doug Barnes. There's Fryer. There's the 41 machine who was involved in the most craziest
that was
thing.
The pre-race.
The pre-race fight that we saw here on Racing America.
Michael O'Brien will get the free pass under this caution. So that'll get our track champion of 2023 back out onto the racetrack. And so everybody is on pit road. Not one car stayed out under this caution. And as you can see, right side tires going on our free pass car, Michael O'Brien, on Brendan Quinn, on Josh Berry, everybody, Doug Barnes, Cody Bryant, everybody putting on right side tires. It looks like Jared Fryer is putting on left side tires. Ronnie Bassett Jr. is putting on left side tires. Bradley McCaskill on the right side of that race car. Jonathan Finley's team changing right sides. Chase Burrow changing right sides. So we got to keep an eye on the 14 of Jared Fryer and the 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. They are the only cars that we can see from our vantage point that are putting left side tires. What they're thinking is maybe they can get another caution, come back down pit road, still got 56 laps to go. Maybe then they can put on right side tires and charge their way past all the drivers that are putting on right sides right now.
Well, you take a look at it there at the end of pit lane where Chase Burrow is sitting, and he's fixing the damage that's on the back of that. The crew got the tire off and is trying to move that piece of sheet metal that is on that 00 car and get it kind of taped back down. It wasn't hurting him speed-wise. He was sitting in the P3 position. You see Butterbean coming off a pit lane. They're pushing Jonathan Finley backwards out of his. Josh Berry's rolling up. They're all going to stop there and wait on Jim Bushy in the pace car. We'll get them lined back up, but man, you called and hit the nail right on the head. If you got tires, use them. It's like that old saying, smoke them if you got them. They're going to go smoke the rest of these tires down here with 56 laps to go.
Yeah, and so you're going to see speeds that you haven't seen since the start of this race. And because everybody came down pit road, they're all going to come right back out in the same order that they were before the caution. So there won't be any more of those 50-lap cautions in this race. And so we're all done with planned cautions. Everything from here on out is just gonna play out the way that it should. And remember, race fans, in the last 25 laps, caution flag laps do not count. So when we get to the final 25, it's all green flag racing for the final 25 laps of this race. You okay over there?
Reaching for the old cough drops over here, the instant soothe.
You could have asked.
You know, it's kind of rude to interrupt mid-sentence here.
This is the South. You can have your manners.
Politely ask down here, and Anthony Goodyear made sure to come over here and give some solid advice of, hey, you know, calm down a little bit.
Maybe you shouldn't drop your headset in the booth there.
Potentially not drop the headset. Great owner of New River All-American Speedway here. We have a ton of people. The owner of Florence is here. Steve Zacharias, his wife's here as well. Great track owners.
Yeah, so these are a lot of our Eastern North Carolina, Eastern South Carolina racetrack owners represent here. And of course, one of our owners, Brad Keselowski here.
Racing America.
Yeah, Lewis White, his father-in-law, you know. So his car was out here. That was Bradley McCaskill's limited car, which unfortunately is going to need a little bit of work after what happened in turn number 1 for the limited late model race. But Bradley out here in the late model race as well, and he did well to stay on the lead lap in that last segment. So right side tires on everybody except for Jared Fryer and Ronnie Bassett Jr. This is very interesting to see who is going to really hit the gas here, because I don't think you can save anymore, Terry. With 55 laps to go, this might be go time, and this restart right here could be huge.
Yeah, and if you thought for one single solitary second that the drama that preluded this race right after the Southern Ground Pounders was any indication of what we're going to see, strap in. If you're at home, get the popcorn out. Wake your grandma up. We got 54 laps to go when we come across. Tell them no more nap time, because these boys are not playing around no more. Look at this. 3 cars to the outside, Burrows, Fryers, Barnes. Everybody else takes the bottom. So this restart could literally change the complexion of what this race is going to be about. And nobody had anything for the 03 of Butterbean Queen. But now we're back on an even playing field. Tires and fuel in the last minute adjustment, because this could be the last time you come down pit lane 52 when we cross the line.
May have been your last opportunity to come down pit road. Chase Burrow, Jared Fryer, Doug Barnes, the only drivers that went to the outside. Brendan Queen, McCaskill and then Cody Bryant, they all stayed down low. Bradley McCaskill, green flag is in the air. We've got 52 laps to go here from Southern National Motorsports Park. Burrow doing all he can do on that outside line. It's not going to be enough. Brendan Queen to the point. Here comes Jonathan Finley looking at that left rear quarter panel of Chase Burrow off at turn number 4. Finley trying to get there. Burrow trying to slam the door shut. Neither of them able to get quite where they want to be. Queen will jet away by 5 car lengths. A little contact between these two. They both keep it straight. The battle stays on. Burrow to the top. Finley to the bottom. They're still duking it out for second.
Wheel to wheel, they go down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Sparks come out from the 0 of Burrows. Barry looks in the wings. He waits on to see what the battle can do. Burrows slides up the track, touches the traction compound. He gets a massive run down the front straightaway. We'll stay wheel to wheel. 49 laps to go.
Brendan Queen is off to the races, and Josh Berry with nowhere to go, stuck between this battle. He's got Burrow pinned up to the top side. Move Jonathan Finley to second. Here comes Josh Berry to the bottom of the racetrack. He wants position number 2 away from Finley. Leans on him ever so slightly in the middle of turns 1 and 2, but he's going to take the second spot away. Finley back to third. Fryer up to 4th, and now Doug Barnes rounds out your top 5.
And Doug Barnes got right up on the back bumper of Fryer in the 14. Your third place starters getting hounded by the red 88. He was dropping like a rock in a pond earlier, but the 88 of Doug Barnes is back. But don't look now. Josh starting to slowly close in on Butterbean Queen, who took off on that restart and has not looked back. We're in the pay window now. You see sparks out from under these cars. The lights have come on, and Kenny Chesney said it best. When the sun goes down, we'll be grooving. Well, right about now, you're hoping in the 62 camp that he grooves all the way up there for his 3rd straight win.
Josh Berry just ran the fastest lap of the race, so 15.878 on that last lap. He is booking it around this racetrack, and he's got a 1.5 second gap that he has got to make up from 1st to 2nd. Brendan Queen is leading. Josh Berry is 2nd. Jonathan Finley is 3rd. Top 2 have broken away from Jared Fryer, Doug Barnes. They come after Jonathan Finley, respectively. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You see him on the left side of your screen. You're watching a battle between Chase Burrow and the 17 car. That was our pole sitter from earlier today, Caden Honeycutt. And Caden, remember, he went a lap down earlier. He's still trying to fight his way back into contention.
Well, they had the hood up on the 0 down there with Chase Burrow. That adjustment clearly did not work. He has not been able to have the handle he had a little earlier on, where he was running P2 there for a little bit in this race, but track conditions drastically has changed. It has gotten even colder. Look at this now. The 45 of Delaney might have burnt the tires on it because he was slideways off the exit of it. The 14 of Fryer gets to him again. Doug Barnes is there as well. Oh, it's a single file conga line train here. 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
These are the 2 earlier that wrecked, and that 1.5 second lead for Brendan Queen is gone. Josh Berry is within 4 car lengths, still duking it out on the right side of your screen. Jonathan Finley, Jared Fryer, Doug Barnes, but up front, Josh Berry is closing in on the Butterbean, and look how much ground Josh Berry makes up at the entry of the corner.
Yeah, look at that on that side of the screen, but on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you have 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all nose to tail. They go sailing it into turn 1, off the exit of 2 and down the back straightaway. Caden Honeycutt driving back through this field. Connie Bassett Jr., who was stopped on the front straightaway at one point in time, getting towed to his pit lane. He's in this fight as well as he hounds down the back bumper of our pole sitter as more contacts made between Fryer and Barnes, and Honeycutt sails into 3.
How about Caden Honeycutt trying to get back into this thing? Honeycutt underneath Doug Barnes there, clears the 88 machine, put Caden Honeycutt, who was just a lap down a few moments ago, put him back in the top 5, and there's your battle for the lead. Josh Berry has caught Brendan Queen. He's made up 1.5 seconds in the span of about 6 laps. And we're going to find out, is it one thing passing him and one thing to catch him, or is this really something Brendan Queen was trying to save a little bit? Because he better not save right now. Josh Berry right to the back bumper of Brendan Queen in turns number 1 and 2.
Well, they're catching Michael O'Brien, a lap down machine in the 61. He's not too far up, maybe about 3.5 car lengths will separate them when they come off the exit of 4. Contacts made there, the 62 gets into the back bumper of that 03. Michael O'Brien moves out of the way, but it's still nose to tail, paying bumper cars up here for the race win, and well, potentially the race win, and definitely the race lead.
33 laps to go, 32. When they get to the line, Josh Berry is all over the back bumper of Brendan Queen. He is eating up the backside of that race car. Got a little bit loose there to Josh Berry off of turn number 2. Has to kind of gather himself back up a little bit. You wonder if Brendan Queen might be fighting a little bit of a tight condition there. He's losing time in the middle of the corner, Terry.
Yeah, he's definitely having to back these corners up a tad bit more to get the run off the exit. That time off of 2, he got a better run. He was able to keep that gap sustainable between him and the 62 of Josh Berry. Josh gets the run off of 4. Make it, I mean, would you say a 5 pieces of paper separate them now? You barely could put 1. Josh gave him the tap off the exit. This fight for the lead and potentially the race win is absolutely phenomenal. He gets him again off of 4.
Josh Berry with a different race team than in the past, not driving for Junior Motorsports, driving for Kevin Harvick Incorporated, trying to make it 3 in a row here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And he is eating up the back bumper of Hampton, Virginia's Brendan Queen. He's so good, won the race at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and there you go, a little bit of contact in the middle of 1 and 2. Ooh. More contact off of turn 2. Both drivers keep it straight. Nobody worse for wear. Still duking it out for the lead at the Thanksgiving Classic.
That's definitely the respect between those two drivers. They have raced with one another in just about anything and everything that has a motor in it. Right now, Josh in the 62 is hoping to have the motor to get by Brendan Butterbean Queen in that 03 lap. Traffic is there. 3 cars in a row. You got the 31 of Cole Bruce, who's been involved in a couple wrecks. He moves up. He gets in there. He gets to the inside. 3 wide again. Cole Bruce is there as well. Oh, more contact down the back straightaway.
Cole Bruce has been in the middle of all of it, and Josh Berry has taken the lead. He used the lap traffic perfectly. Brendan Queen furiously trying to get back to the inside of Josh Berry. Moves Josh up the racetrack off of turn number 2. He's back to that left rear quarter panel. Brendan Queen moving Josh Berry. You see the brake rotors glowing on the front end of that 62 machine. These two giving it all they've got. Brendan Queen back to the lead at Southern National.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Is that going to be the case for Butterbean Queen in the 62 of Josh Berry? Josh gets there. He walked up the racetrack a little bit, but he checked up. They're drag racing to the line. 23 laps to go in the Thanksgiving Classic.
And this time, Queen loses out on the high side of the racetrack. But here he comes on a crossover move, trying to get back to that left rear corner. Double file lap traffic in front of him. Bryant goes up the racetrack. Donnelly goes up the racetrack, and that allows Queen to get back under. Which way is Aaron Donnelly going to go?
Almost got clipped there, but a crossover move for Josh Berry. He looks to the inside. He uses the pick of Aaron Donnelly, but Butterbean crossover again. He's on the apron. More contact. They're sideways off the exit of the corner. Josh Berry takes the lead. 21 laps going. Butterbean gets him again.
He got him again, and here comes Queen once again. Some of the best late model stock car racing you will ever see. Trading the lead back and forth. Brendan Queen, Josh Berry, they're through the lap traffic. Queen back to the lead. 20 laps to go. Red brake rotors going, and they moved him up the racetrack in turn number 2. Berry kind of pushing Queen up through the racetrack there. He's back to his left rear corner. They're still side by side off turn number 4.
And if you could be here at Southern National Motorsports Park, the fans are on their seat. They bought the tickets to sit down, but not a butt is in them at the moment. They're all trackside and on the fence watching 2 incredible short track racers. He moves him up again to the inside. 18 laps to go. Can Brendan Butterbean Queen win it for the first time?
Caden Honeycutt might be in the catbird seat here in that 3rd spot. He's making some time up on this battle. As Berry gets into Queen, moves him up the racetrack. Queen saves it up high in turn number 4. They're side by side, and here comes Queen to the outside. He's going to send it full send on the outside in turns 1 and 2. Barry out front. That's probably going to change in turn number 3.
If you bought a ticket to this one, if you're watching a race in America, Brendan Queen gets him again. He sends him into 3. Drag races to the line. They're side by side once again. 16 laps to go. I promise you, you did not miss out if you paid the $12.99 on Race in America, because this racing alone is worth every penny of it. Is Queen.
Here
and
comes
Honeycutt.
Here comes Honeycutt to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to make it 3 wide for the lead in turn 1. Honeycutt to the left rear of Brendan Queen. They're still 3 wide for the lead. Barry to the outside. Queen to the middle. Honeycutt down low. The brake rotors continuing to glow on Josh Berry's Ford Mustang. It's Honeycutt to the lead. Here comes Queen back to the bottom. He moves Honeycutt up the racetrack. Barry has to go high. They're still 3 wide for the lead.
Boy, if you want to talk about a late model stock car race, you're looking at the greatest right here. He hits him again into 3 off the exit of 4. Brendan Queen has absolutely harassed the back bumper of the 62 of Josh Berry, washes him up the racetrack. Berry almost touches the PJ1 there. Drag racing down the back straightaway. Caden Honeycutt the 17, your pole sitter. He's there. They're coming to 12 laps to go.
It's the best race you'll ever see put on between Brendan Queen, Josh Berry. Caden Honeycutt is in this. Barry floating high. Honeycutt to second. Brendan Queen.
Here comes Jonathan
leader.
Finley.
Another Pat joining this party. Barry washes up high. Finley trying to take advantage of that spot. It's now a 4-car battle for the lead.
Don't expect to have our voices tomorrow, and these drivers are not going to have any type of arm muscle to go. They've wheeled these cars for over 100+ laps, 239 of them to be exact. Brendan Butterbean Queen holds the lead. 10 laps to go in the 2023 Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic.
And how has he got anything left to fight with? Because Honeycutt came from over a straightaway back. He saw what was happening in front of him, and Queen somehow, through sheer will and determination, is continuing to lead the Thanksgiving Classic. Now with 9 laps to go, Honeycutt was a lap down 50 laps ago. He's come all the way back, your pole sitter, to run in second. Josh Berry doesn't look like he's got anything left in third. Jonathan Finley, fourth. Jared Fryer is in the 5th spot, but up front, it is Brendan Queen trying to hold off Caden Honeycutt and win $15,000 here in the Thanksgiving Classic.
You still see the smoke coming out of the right side of that 17 Mustang for Caden Honeycutt. 7 laps on the board to go. Can Brendan Butterbean Queen add this prestigious race to his resume, or can Caden Honeycutt continue his impressive streak that he's had this season, from ARCA to late models to the trucks, and hopefully running in a higher form of NASCAR at some point in time? Has the talent. Can he use that talent to get past Butterbean, one of the best late model stock car drivers on the planet today?
And driving for lead podium, a 4-time NASCAR Weekly Series champion, Caden Honeycutt. He's driving for Chad Bryant Racing, or for the RNS race cars, and it's such a great experience amongst these two teams in the top 2 right now. So many hundreds of late model stock car wins, all combining here at the front of this field. It's a Virginia driver versus a North Carolina driver, nose to tail, 3.5 laps to go.
Pit them up against each other, state to state. They're nose to tail right now. They're coming to 3 laps to go. Can Caden Honeycutt back up his pole time and get the win? Can Brendan Butterbean Queen win this race? He's tired of finishing second. When does Caden Honeycutt make the move? They go through turns 3 and 4. They'll see the popsicle sticks from the flagman, Brendan Wheeler. 2 laps to go.
You see Brendan Queen sliding off of turn number 4. Here comes Caden Honeycutt to the back bumper of Brendan Queen. 1.5 laps left to go. Honeycutt looking to the inside. He tried to get there to that left rear quarter panel. He couldn't do it. White flag in the air. One more time around. Honeycutt's going to have one more shot at it. Into turn number 3. Queen gets on the gas. Honeycutt gets on the gas. The gap is too big. Honeycutt did all he could, but a bridesmaid no more. It's Brendan Queen winning the 2023 Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park. Caden Honeycutt's going to have to settle for second. Josh Berry can't make it 3 in a row. He comes home in third. Jonathan Finley fourth. Jared Fryer, your top 5. But it is Brendan Queen out of Chesapeake, Virginia, driving for Lee Pulliam, pulling off one of the best wins ever in short track late model stock car racing. He held off Josh Berry. He held off Caden Honeycutt. He's got damage on the front of that car. He's got tape on the right front fender. He gets the American flag, and the celebration of that crew out of the Commonwealth, he'll burn it down on the front straightaway at Southern National Motorsports Park. Race fans see Brendan Queen celebrating with that American flag out of the left side of that car. Race fans, some happy, some mad, but he pulled it off and is $15,000 richer here at Southern National. Brendan kicks it into first gear there, saluting the race fans over in turn 3 and turn 4. Probably the best race you will ever see in your life happen here today at Southern National Motorsports Park. Josh Berry, Brendan Queen, Caden Honeycutt putting on a heck of a show, swapping the lead back and forth for 20 laps here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And it wasn't done there. Brendan Queen had Caden Honeycutt all over his back bumper. You see the right side of that car for Brendan Queen. It's beat all. He's got black marks, donuts all over the place in that machine. But he is going to pull in to Solid Rock Carriers victory lane, a winner in the 2023 Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic at Southern National Motorsports Park. That's a happy crew down there from Chesapeake, Virginia. That car comes to a stop. Terry Radford, we'll send it down to you in Solid Rock Carriers victory lane.
Kevin, I'm telling you right now, you will never see a more excited Solid Rock Carriers victory lane than what's going on down here. It is pandemonium. Brendan Butterbean Queen, no longer a bridesmaid, gonna get handed this trophy. Need him to get out of this car. His crew is everywhere. This has been one of the greatest races we have seen in the late model stock history. We'll put the trophy on top of the car, await our winner to get out. But this is gonna be one hell of a party tonight down here in the Southern National in Lucama, North Carolina. Michael Diaz gets in the window there, the owner of the track. His crew chief is in there. All the photographers want a picture of this. This was an incredible battle from start to finish. Two of the greatest late model stock car drivers. You see the emotion in the car from Butterbean Queen. This was the most incredible move, and he's taken his time. He has some emotion in here. No longer a bridesmaid in this race. He's won virtually everything else you could win in this type of cars, but has not won this one. And now we'll wait for all the crew. Everybody is excited. I bet he has a special place for this one, Kevin. All fans watching at home, you were not disappointed, I hope. At the end of this one, if you love late model racing, you should have loved this one. This will go down as an instant classic for years to come. Cars Tour winner 4 times, bridesmaid in that one, and the party is on in Solid Rock Carriers victory lane. And we'll steal it down here. He'll jump off the hood. We'll get Brendan Butterbean Queen. Son, you told me on Friday that you wanted to cross this off. He got a turkey. Brendan, you told me Friday when I walked in the gate and I came up to you, you said, all I want to do, all you wanted to do was win this race. You got tired of finishing second. You did it a lot of times to the guy that you battled for 10, 15 laps, crossover after crossover, slide job after slide job. Walk me through those laps and just tell me the emotion you're going through right now.
I mean, he's one of the best that I've raced with besides Lee, obviously. And he's had me the last couple of years. I let him get away, but, you know, the rule, we kind of didn't understand the rule, I guess. He basically had 4 fresh tires there at the end, and we were on 2. And we were kind of handicapped, but I was not letting it get away. And if I just had to keep moving him back, it got rougher and rougher, but we didn't wreck each other. And I know I'm sure he's not happy about it, but, hey, that's freaking racing, man. And this team, baby, to go out like this after the year we had, trust the process, Chad. Oh, my gosh, I just can't thank the whole Lee Pulliam organization. I got to thank my spotter, Anthony. I've been forgetting him, along with my girlfriend, Nicole. Got to thank them for all they do. But Anthony was class act on the spot, and they're keeping me calm, and Lee on pit road. All these guys, there's too many to name. I'd be here for hours, but this whole Lee Pulliam organization just doesn't quit. And we weren't where we wanted to be Friday and Saturday. Lee and the boys got a rocket under us, and I knew we were going to have a good shot, but you never know how these races will play out. I hope Deke's okay. That was awful to see, but I got to thank the man above. Got to thank David West Race Engines, baby. Hedgecock Race Cars, Ernest Shocks. Got to thank VRC, the whole Staten family. They took a chance on me, and 9 wins later this year, here we are. Leadcars.com, Mincy's Graphics, Old School Video Games. Man, I'm just blessed. Thanks to Southern National for putting this race on. It's awesome. I got to catch my breath after that one, guys. That's thanks to the Bean fans, all the support, Bean Nation. And you know we're going to find us a Waffle House, baby.
Well, I saw you last week at the South Carolina 400, and I said, how would it sound to say 2-time and back-to-back winner there? How does it sound when you say Brendan Butterbean Queen is the 2023 Thanksgiving Classic champion?
Man, it's awesome. You know, I feel like I'm on the hot seat every week. I'm racing to try to make a career out of this, and you gotta go toe-to-toe with guys like that. You know, Josh is going to the 4-car, and, you know, these other guys got plans lined up, and this is all I got right here with my late model family. So I'm racing to showcase myself every week, and, man, Lee's made me look like a rock star.
Well, congratulations on your win. That's $15,000 richer, and son, he's going to find a Waffle House somewhere in Lucama, North Carolina. I'm sure he'll find a couple down the road, maybe on 95, but as he celebrates down there, obviously the heartbreak's going to be for our pole sitter. The man who had to drive back through the field was a lap down at one point in time in this race, had to fight all the way back up. And we got to find Caden Honeycutt around here. There's Caden, and second place is not what you were looking for, but after the year you've had to come here, set on the pole, have the struggles in the middle part of this race, and then come back and storm through this field and watch that incredible battle and then be a part of it 3 wide to come home second. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, it was just this opportunity by Mr. Becker and RS Race Cars is all I'm grateful for right now. It hurts for a lot of different emotional reasons. I'm not really going to say, but I'm telling you, if the piece of dump truck didn't run into me going into 1, that's the only opportunity he had after he raced Josh. That's why his nose looked like the way it did. So I'm done getting run into. I promise you the first person that runs into me is probably going to go head on the fence. I'm tired of getting ran over. I feel like I'm one of the nicest people in the field, and I'm just done getting done dirty. So I caught them from probably 4 seconds back and didn't touch either one of them. And as soon as I had the opportunity that Brendan had, he ran straight into me. So I just appreciate all the guys by the effort, and we're a force to be reckoned with next year, and they got the momentum, and I'm one pissed off MFer, and we're going to go get it next year.
That's strong words right there by Caden Honeycutt in the 17. Next year, Car Store Field Truck Series. There's going to be a lot to deal with when it comes to Caden Honeycutt with all the great opportunities he has moving forward. And Josh, you had every one of these fans and everyone at home on the edge of their seat. Walk me through that battle there with Brendan and what was going through your head when the car kind of started to fade away towards the last part of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that looking back on it, I could have done a few things a little bit better. I was super patient with the 45 and the 00. They were side by side, and that kind of let him get too far out. And I didn't want to force a 3 wide right off the bat and put myself in a bad spot. So I let him get away a little bit too far, I think. And we ran him down, and obviously had a crazy, just crazy battle there for it. But just looking back on it, I think if I'd have done a better job on the restart, I could have gave myself a better opportunity, maybe got by him and got away. But ultimately, yeah, we were just back and forth. We just got tight at the end, and we needed to free the car up a little bit more, I think, to roll the middle and get away from him. But yeah, he was, we were just back and forth, right? I mean, I'd knock him out of the way, he knocked me out of the way. And that finally, as slow as we were going through the middle of the corner a couple of times, I knew it was just a matter of time before we got somebody up to us, and unfortunately we slipped back there. But the guys did a great job, right? I mean, this is these guys' only 7th or 8th race with this car. We've ran 3 weeks in a row and had some really good results, a lot of good speed, a lot of things to think on and learn from moving over the winter to help these guys get better for 2024. And that's really what this was about. I think just coming out here and learning and working together and getting better. So obviously, I got a little time off here to prepare to go cup racing with Rodney and these 4 groups. It's going to be a lot of fun. But all in all, it was a really fun race. Congrats to Brendan. Congrats to Lee. They've been a class act, top car all year across multiple disciplines. So we were just 3rd best tonight. But I've been the other guy a lot. So there's nothing to hang my head about. I just want to thank Kevin and Delana, Josh Jones, everybody at KHI Management, obviously Rodney and Chad, Cody, all these guys that come racing with us the last 3 weeks. It's been a lot of work, really. I'm doing this. They're preparing they're going to the Snowball Derby too, and there's just been a lot of work. And I just really appreciate these guys sticking with me and riding it out. I hate we couldn't go to Victory Lane, but our day's coming. And just all in all, just want to thank all them. Harrison's USA, Danny Harrison for being on board, Prairie Tank Lines. Everybody that supports this deal. It's been a lot of fun. And like I said, we'll be back next year. We'll find out how many of these Kevin will let me run, but the way it's going, I'll run any one of them that he wants.
You heard that from Josh Berry. Going to go cup racing in just a few short months for the Daytona 500. I think we're about 86 days away for him and Rodney Childress just to tag team it up for that 4-car. This has been one heck of a show, Kevin. All the way down here, your top 3 either disappointed or really, really happy they're in Solid Rock Carriers Victory Lane. We'll pass it back up to the booth here on Racing America.
Yeah, Brendan Quinn going to go find a Waffle House somewhere and grab him an All-Star Special in just a couple of hours. And that is it from Southern National Motorsports Park. Brendan Quinn is your 2023 Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic champion. Caden Honeycutt will come home in 2nd. Josh Berry finishing in 3rd. Jonathan Finley came home in 4th. Jared Fryer rounded out the top 5. Doug Barnes Jr. came home in 6th. Chase Burrow was 7th. Clay Jones rallied back to 8th. Bradley McCaskill finished 9th. And Bradley, the last car on the lead lap. Cody Bryant was 1 lap down in 10th. Michael O'Brien 3 down in 11th. So was Aaron Donnelly 3 down in 12th. Ronnie Bassett Jr. was 5 laps down in 13th. Cole Bruce was the last car running in this race. He was 6 laps down in 14th. All of these next cars out of the race. Dylan Newsom with mechanical failure. Truett Miranda was involved in a couple of incidents today. Jake Crum, Katie Hettinger, Alex Fleming, Deke McCaskill, who we are certainly thinking about here as we roll on into the evening. Andrew Grady, Garrett Bird, John Goin, all out in the same incident on lap number 135. Dean Shiflett finished out of the race after 126 laps. Adam Resnick and Mason Bailey, the final driver in our 26-car late model stock car field. On behalf of our entire Racing America crew, hats off job to all of our camera guys and girls on the production, giving you these great shots all weekend long. Terry Radford was down in Solid Rock Carriers Victory Lane, and next to me all evening, my name's Kevin Bullock. Congratulations to Brendan Butterbean Queen. He is a 2023 Solid Rock Carriers Thanksgiving Classic winner. Thank you for watching us on Racing America. Good night, everybody.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of Racing America. We hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.